All right. What is going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to the new Patreons. There are a couple new Patreons who I will have a banner floating at the bottom of the screen periodically to acknowledge all of the new Patreons. But let's get ready to go. Strap on in. Let's get ready to go. As soon as I find the intro, let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
What is up? What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of you. You already know the deal. You know the routine. Hit the like button, whether you're catching it live or you're catching it after it's uploaded. Whether you're catching it live, you're catching it after it's uploaded. Shout out to the early bird squad, as I call it. Shout out to the early bird squad. Those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Winthrop says, quality thumbnail comedy. I thought it was funny. I like when I have an idea and I can just, put it on the page. I can just put the idea on the screen and people get the joke and people like it. I like that. I actually like that. So shout out to you, Winthrop. Do appreciate you coming on through, dropping a comment, letting me know you're in the building. Shout out to, one second. Let me make that a bit bigger so I can see it. Shout out to you. He says, reason and accountability equals freedom. Watch The Post-Feminism Man by Babar. Okay. Shout out to you. C Gully in the building. Shout out to C Gully. Says, peace. Keep it 100. Very funny thing that you posted on your community tab. I don't know if you created that, but that was pretty damn funny. Shout out to Keep It 100 in the building. Shout out to No Country for Old Simps. Love that YouTube name. One of the best in the business. Too Damn Snazzy. That's the cousin of Snazzy Individual. Somebody else, I think there's two people with the name Snazzy in their name. I don't know if it's the same person. No relation. I don't know. Like Uncle Ruckus used to say. Uncle Ruckus. No relation. But all right. Shout out to Ron Brown in the building. Says good morning. Shout out to Judge Zilla in the building. Says, pay very close attention. Short the S&P 500. It is time. That is all. Peace. All right. Y'all heard it from Judge Zilla, who does know a bit. When he come in here, there's a lot of people when they come in here talking about stocks, I don't be trusting them. Judge Zilla be on point, though. Black Trunks Podcast in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to JC the Conqueror. Shout out to Jaquise Retro. Shout out to K Dot. Shout out to Vince Lindsay RM. We need a banner scrolling with Vince Lindsay's name on it. He's in the banner that's rolling right now on the big screen. He's in there, but we need him a separate banner because he's a new patron. He need his own separate banner. Just thanking him for becoming a patron. And it's one other individual who recently came up. Yeah, thank you, Judge. Not financial advice. And I'm gonna give you the name of this individual. Hold on. There's another individual. We get rid of this to take care of this very important business. Cortez Bray Boy 7. Cortez Bray Boy 7. If you're here, shout yourself out if you want a different if you want your, I don't know if that's your YouTube name or because that's like your email name, but that's what I got. Cortez Bray Boy 7. Bray, B-R-A-Y, Boy, B-O-Y 7. Cortez Bray Boy 7. So get Cortez and Vince Lindsay in their own special scrolling banner. Shout out to them. Do appreciate your brothers. Do appreciate you brothers for coming on through. The last one I'll read before we cut the music is my man Deadly Raver in the building. Says, morning folks. Today's the day that Trump ends up winning the election. How are you doing? Today's the day that Trump ends up winning the election. That sounds like fake news. But anyway, yeah, there you guys go right there. You were the last thing in the scrolling banner. That was supposed to keep scrolling. But there goes the new patrons. But shout out to all the patrons. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Do appreciate each and every one of you. We're about to get into this. Oh, yes. And thank you for reminding me of this announcement. The night show schedule. Yes. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We did it last night. Had a good show last night. At 8 p.m. We may bring that time a little lower because that do be kind of late. I don't know. I got sleepy on the air and I don't even get sleepy like that. Well, yes, I do. But yeah, so we may shorten that time. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into this. The story that never dies. And I'm going to be covering a lot of stuff kind of adjacent to it because I'm actually trying to segue out of covering sad story of magical white girl. I'm trying to gradually segue out of covering that. I may drop a couple shorts for the algo. I'll probably do that, but it's interesting right now. So it's like I'm kind of talking about that, but I'm really talking about Black people and how we perceive things, how we process things, how we react emotionally to things, how things don't have to be true. It could be started with a lie, and we just gonna run with it. We're gonna jump on it. We're gonna go with whatever narrative we think makes sense. We do that kind of thing. We do that kind of thing. We don't really process stuff. We have an historical historical track record of not processing the long-term outcomes of things. And that's one of the things. Oddly enough, this controversy all started because somebody was talking to one of the I don't know, alt-right or whatever the hell he is, white supremacists. One of the things that they say, and they get called racist for it, they say that Black people are less likely to have an understanding for delayed gratification. The whole process of, I don't want to do this, but I have to do it for the overall greater cause or greater purpose or for the future, and this is where, yes, I understand some aspects of it is racist. Understand that there's a lot of aspects of it is racist to say that one group has more of a smash and grab mentality and the other group has a more of a plan for the future mentality. But see, where it gets racist is when one group is when they try to say that it's hardwired in there genetically and nothing can be done about it. That's when it can get that's when it gets in the realm of racism. Where it's not racist is when we can talk about culturally things that groups do. And there's culturally some things that Black people do that always put us in a disadvantaged state. There's things culturally that Black people do that always put us in a disadvantaged state. But let's get into it. I got a number of things on the table here. But we about to start it right here. You said, "Oh, Tomcat says our race is ruled by female mindset." I think it's a lot of truth in that. That's why they say the things like, Black men, get behind your women. When it comes to voting, you need to vote like your women. You need to vote for your women. You need to vote for whatever initiatives or things that benefit them. Their benefit is the benefit to all of us, which we know is not true. We saw this highlighted quite well in the conversation with BGS, and with the conversation we all had with FD Signifier. But I really wanted to focus on. I probably should have made a separate clip of the part where with BGS and FD Signifier, where it was just really getting pinned down. And BGS went on his stream and he talked about it, how other groups, it's like they have a general understanding. You gotta put the boys up front. You gotta push for the boys. It's one thing that, if a man is struggling, then hey, that's a grown ass man. I'm in the camp, probably to my detriment. I probably, go the wrong way on some things when I'm like, hey, you're a grown ass man, dog. You got to figure it out. I was just recently talking to somebody how, the year 2022, for reasons I'm not going to get into, wasn't a good year for me for a number of reasons. That's behind me. I got to go forward and figure the stuff out. So I'm in that camp of not having much empathy for somebody, who's not doing as well as they should. I mean, I can understand how or why one person failed and one person didn't. But at the end of the day, it's on you to get up out the mud, roll up your sleeves, and get things together. Figure it out. I'm in that camp. Now, I'm in that camp on the individual level, but when it comes to the macro, I understand the argument that if you got Black boys, there, a lot of them, a lot of single mother households. We know the stats from that. They go through the school system. They're doing bad in school. They become adults. It's like they've been, like I say, they've been raised to be sick, but then ordered to be well when they turn 18. I understand on a macro scale that don't work, even though I'm kind of in the beat your chest, you a man, figure it out camp. But on a macro scale, I get why that doesn't exactly work. I get why that doesn't exactly work, and you could see it in the FD Signifier, his interaction with BGS, when BGS was saying that other groups understand that, and they do things. They push for the boys. They push. If you push the girls, out in front too much, then they get empowered to be separate and independent from their men. You push the boys out in front, and they push the train the boys up the way that they should go. They're going to become successful. They're going to start families. Even though I know a lot of people in this space like, no, that's the worst thing you could do because you're going to take everything from it. There's some truth in that. We talk about that. But the fact that the reality is reality. When men build themselves up, they want a family. They want to take care of women and children. Women build themselves up. They want to separate from men. It's just the fact of the matter. That's just the cold, hard, blunt reality. So you're going to have a backwards, upside down community, or just an upside down minded people if there isn't a hard push. Shout out, we was talking about King Randall last night in the School for Boys, but that's how it's going to end up being. That's how it's going to end up being. And when you like that, when you got the upside down, backwards mindset, civil wars can start over any little thing. Civil wars can start over any little thing, and we saw a full-blown civil war in Black community, and the Black YouTube community. Why? Because two white people had a conversation. And said some things we didn't like. Somebody created out of whole cloth that this person is connected to the Black community and does Black content for Black America and has a Black American audience supported by Black men in the Black manosphere, and all of that was a lie, but it didn't matter. That was enough for everybody to run with it. And make content and start slandering Black men. And then there's a few Black men who lean right into the punch and say, yeah, I'm with Pearl, but I ain't about to get into that bullshit. But it's like a fake story was created out of nothing, and everybody just ran with it and went to war basically off of some propaganda. Like, that's what happened. And so it shines a big spotlight on the mere fact. Man, y'all gotta quit distracting me. Yeah, that hairline is, it's like when your hairline back that far, don't even give it that sharp of a line. Just cut it real low. Yeah, that hairline thumbnail. You know what? I'm sorry. We gotta put the hairline thumbnail on the Jumbotron. Hold on. I think this is it. I think I got it. Yeah, that hairline is something vicious. When your hairline is that bad, I don't think you don't give it a sharp line. Don't give it a sharp line. It's time to just let go and let God. And just cut it all off. Or just shave it real low. Like, if you pay attention to Kobe, damn, RIP. I wouldn't even think about that. But what Kobe did when he started going bald, he didn't cut it all off. He just cut it real low. Real low. But your hairline can't be running from your face and then you line it up that thick. And you grow whatever you can grow it thick and line it up sharp. Nah. You're putting a big spotlight on the problem. Huge spotlight on the problem. Like, man, it's like it's the you can see the curvature. Like, his forehead has a horizon. Like, that shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. The flat Earth debate. You can see ships going over the horizon with that damn forehead. But all right, shout out to. Let me pull that banner down. Shout out to, who do we got in here? Shout out to Tomcat. Says, we're not going to win, and it won't be my fault. Failure is inevitable. I disagree. I don't think failure is inevitable. I think people can climb out of a less than desirable situation. I think that can happen. I think that's very possible. But let's get into things. Let's get into a few things. I got a few things on deck. This clip came across my timeline. And I had to share it because there's things we talk about here. And I'm going to make a few connections between a few videos. Follow me. Let's go down this rabbit hole together.
The man in the house rule was written to prevent welfare cheating, to make sure that aid to families with dependent children would go only to families headed by mothers. But the effect of the man in the house rule is to create for children an atmosphere of investigation and surveillance. And thus, the welfare system in its operation turns out to be a system to make life harder for children.
The welfare system helps the disintegration of the American family. It offers money to families if the fathers will leave them and stay away, in that sense undoing the very stability of the family and taking away one of the two parents that children, of course, need. And what I have seen, I'm afraid to say, all over the country is that the legal system works against the best kind of home for these children.
All right. Now, we've talked about that a number of times. Now, some people would say, aha, see, system of white supremacy. But I would argue that welfare worked as intended for most people. For most people, I think it worked as intended. For Black people, it worked in an opposite way. We have some things that's wrong culturally. And I think with Black people, it ultimately bred this type of mentality right here.
I'm trying to be real nice to you, field niggas, but it seems like I'm gonna just have to get ghetto. Because at the end of the day, whether or not I was on government assistance, bitch, the government is meant to assist me. I was not born into this raggedy ass country just so I can continue to make rich people richer.
Okay, let's pause it for a second. We got to stop. Now, I don't approve that message. I don't approve that message. But then with some bars. There was horrible bars, but they was bars. She said, it's government assistance. The government is meant to assist me. Bars. The worst bars ever, but bars. Government assistance government is meant to assist me. But you can see the connection in the two videos. One thing was done. If a family breaks up, their government is thinking, okay, families breaks up, divorces happen, the government, wealthy country, okay, we're going to make sure that kids have food and some basic necessities and stuff like that. All right, cool. For a lot of people that worked. If culturally people value the men and they think that it's the best thing for things to work out between that man and woman, the man, woman, child, blah, blah, blah. If that's the ideal best thing, then that's what communities are ideally going to strive for. But as a safety net, if things go wrong, government assistance. Safety net if things go wrong, government assistance. But that whole thing, the man out of the house rule, and even though look, everybody, look, we can call it racist, but it was done. It probably could have been done better. And I'm not even claiming to have the answer sway on exactly how it should have been done, but it did sort of reek of that we don't want the biological father in there. If the biological father is living there, you can't get the assistance. Shout out to Hood Conservative when he said that you make a deal with the devil offers you something that you want. So it's like you're offered the ability to be independent and separate from the men. I think for most people, it worked the way that it was intended. For Black people, at a higher percentage rate, it turned into fuck these niggas, I can live off the government. Now we got to break down the whole how she's calling everybody else field niggas. We about to get into that. Those that are working. Now this is the attitude and mentality that it bred. Those that are working are being called field niggas. Now, normally that discussion happens with business owners who employ themselves, who create jobs for themselves, who end up creating jobs for other people. But somebody who's just determined to be just a career worker bee, a cog in somebody else's machine, that's normally where that statement gets thrown out there. But now we got somebody living off government assistance. Now we got somebody living off government assistance who's calling those who work the field niggas, which means she views herself living off the government assistance as the house nigga. She's doing wonderful. She's doing good. I'm living off the government. I'm doing good. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying.
I've been trying to be real nice to you field niggas, but it seems like I'm gonna just have to get ghetto. Because at the end of the day, whether or not I was on government assistance, bitch, the government is meant to assist me. I was not born into this raggedy ass country just so I can continue to make rich people richer. Okay? If you want to do that, do that. Keep scraping for the pig fats they keep giving your stupid ass. That's your business. But at the end of the day, as me, a person who is wide the fuck awake, the alarm has been going off. I realized that I was not placed on this goddamn earth to be doing some labor for a motherfucker who wouldn't care if I dropped dead tomorrow.
Again, that would be an inspiring speech if she was talking about business ownership, property ownership, owning property, owning real estate. If she was talking about black business, we can put the fist in the air like, yeah, but no, she's talking about living off of the government assistance, and the person who's working and earning their living is less than her because you going to work to make somebody rich. I'm just mooting. I'm mooting off the work of you field niggas. That's what, like, look, if there's any reason to be against just overreaches of welfare, you know, I can hear the argument. I can hear the argument that in a rich country that there should be some safety nets, there should be some basic minimal things. If people put those basic minimal things at different, like access to clean water, like, you know, some people just put it right there and that's it. Access to clean water in some in roads, you know, stuff like that. I understand that everybody draws a line somewhere else, but when the welfare is overreached, it breeds this type of thinking, this type of mentality.
As me, a person who is wide the fuck awake, the alarm has been going off. I realized that I was not placed on this goddamn earth to be doing some labor for a motherfucker who wouldn't care if I dropped dead tomorrow. So yeah, you take your ass back onto the plantation and keep getting them invisible whips on your back like you want to, bitch. I said what I said.
Now, the comment section to this video, it was wild. It was wild. Little to no disagreement. There's a black female channel who just posts, you know, random TikTok clips or something like that. TikTok clips of women saying anti-male things. The comment section was wild. Like the level of agreement was unbelievable. Unbelievable. But those are the bars. The government assistance. It's meant to assist you. I've got the comments up right now. Y'all can't see them, but just trust me. It says, Lord, she snapped. Let me see if I can make that bigger for me so I can see it a little better. All right, perfect. It said, Lord, she snapped, and not a lie was told. It says, like the rich ain't on government assistance. Stop. Says, I've been trying to be nice to you, Phil. She just quoted, I've been trying to be nice to you, Phil, niggas. That was the most, the part that just jumped out the most. Like, look, there's a such thing as business owners who work for themselves. I've worked for since like December or November of 2019. That was the last time Actually, October of 2019. That was the last time I worked for somebody else. So I get there's pride in not going to work for somebody else and not getting, as you said, those metaphorical whips on your back. I get that, but she's not talking about self-employment. She's talking about being on welfare as if that's the come up, and y'all are field niggas. Like, I don't even think, we don't even look at it like that. The person on welfare, that's the house nigga. They'll call the person who's working, got a nice job in corporate America. That we are, black folks call that the house nigga. But no, this is the person on welfare saying, no, I'm the true house nigga. Y'all the field niggas because y'all work. I don't do work. Like, says she is, here's another comment. Says she is telling it straight. You can't be mad at the truth. The truth shall set you free. All right. Says, nah, I'm going to be sitting home when I can work and do better. It feels so good when I'm entering my subdivision after a long day of work. It tells me to keep pushing to live. Okay, this is somebody saying, so, okay, just to live the way I envisioned. This lady ain't it. Okay, so that's one person who disagrees. This is a person talking about working hard to live the way that she envisioned herself living. All right, cool. Respect that. That was like the one that was disagreeing. Another comment. Oh, shoot. This is a man. Says, facts. I use every tool I can to be free. And keep in mind, I'm not diametrically opposed to people using aspects of the system for the benefit. There's all kind of stuff out there. It's grants. It's all kind of stuff that, if you do the research, it's all kind of stuff out there for you to take advantage of. I'm not opposed to people using the tools of this system to come up. But that's not what's going on here. And they're not making a distinction. They're looking at that welfare as just one of those tools that gets them. They're deep into the system, because the system, you gotta go give them your social security number, your everything, your damn blood type, your left finger, all of that. Well, not really, but you get what I'm saying. You're in the system, but she's talking like she's off the grid or some stuff. Says nothing lasts forever, including government subsidies. Okay. Be independent of everything, including government. I like what this person is saying there, but it's hard to be independent of government, because if you're running a legit business, you do got to pay your taxes. They will come look for you. She has a very valid point for today. Now let's talk about tomorrow, when the child has grown up, or worse. The assistance is, it's a few in here speaking sense, and then the assistance is depleted, and you have not taken any business classes or saved any money. What happens then? Somebody says, child, I was not ready. Somebody says, absolutely right. I am horribly ashamed to be Native American, Apache. Okay, this is somebody not black in here. It says specifically, this country, 9 billion people, Trump and Biden, the best we can do. All right. I don't know. She's changing the subject. Somebody with a bunch of exclamation points saying she went in. I felt like this too until I wanted a car, clothes and shit. All right. Somebody, sis said it, with a bunch of heart emojis. The hashtag truth. So people was feeling that. People was definitely feeling that. Last thing I'm going to play to you. All these things came kind of in conjunction. Let me get to this one here. This is an important one. It all ties in.
Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma was burnt to the ground. What most people don't know is that the black people of that community went to the courts, went to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. It went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and guess what? They won most of the cases against the whites of Oklahoma. And guess what they did? They built Black Wall Street, Greenwood, back.
Hold up. Black Wall Street was burnt to the ground and it was built back? Wait a minute. It was built back? Well, if it was built back, then what happened? What happened to it?
To the ground. What most people don't know is that the black people of that community went to the courts, went to the Oklahoma Supreme Court. It went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and guess what? They won most of the cases against the whites of Oklahoma. And guess what they did? They built Black Wall Street, Greenwood, back better than before it was burnt down. Nobody talks about that.
A lot of people don't know that, right?
I've been out there with them. I've marched through the streets with that community. I've been out there to celebrate it with the brothers and sisters out there. Guess what destroyed it? Integration.
Uh-oh.
When we psychologically made a decision that what was in a white store was better than what was in a black store. With them. I've marched through the streets with that community. I've been out there to celebrate it with the brothers and sisters out there. Guess what destroyed it? Integration. When we psychologically made a decision that what was in a white store was better than what was in a black store.
It was built back. Not all of it, but aspects of it, parts of it was built back. He said they won most of the cases. It's built back. Integration, this fascination with white people and wanting to buy something from their stores is what really killed it. What's going on up here in the mind and culturally is what killed it more than the bombs. After the civil rights movement, the bombs and all of that, I mean, don't get me wrong, they still could do some stuff. I'm not saying racism died after the Civil Rights Act, civil rights legislation was passed, but no, it got to the point real soon where, look, it was illegal. You had the backing by the law to take, legal recourse if somebody tried to do something to your business. You got insurance, you got the law behind you. It got to the point to where the mindset of black folks killed what we built more than anything else. And that's why some people push back on me when I say the shit is cultural. So when I title this thing, Black YouTube, you played yourself. Black YouTube has been in a frenzy over something that happened, something that was said between two white people. One of them had a very loose and subtle connection to Black America, a minimal at best connection to Black America, a minimal connection at best to Black America, Black American men, and a minimal connection at best to the Black manosphere. But that alone, that little bit to where who it's like Nick Fuentes, who like none of the pro-blacks cared or got nothing to say about all of that, or nobody was, the people who like, we got to fight against white supremacy, they didn't take that as an opportunity to fight white supremacy in whatever way that you could fight it on YouTube, however that works. I don't know, I'm not really sure, but they didn't take that as an opportunity to fight white supremacy, to even go after or say anything about the supposed white supremacists or the white supremacists, white racists, white nationalists, race realists, whatever he is. I don't even know what business cards he carry and hand out to people, whatever his card carrying white, whatever the hell, wasn't used as opportunity. The link is in the chat at this point. Wasn't used as opportunity to go at to say anything about him, the people who's on that realm of pro-blackness. The people who are on that realm of pro-blackness didn't go after that. They decided they're going after other black people. We got to have a civil war about whoever was loosely connected to this chick. It was the goofiest thing ever. Most of it was built on a lie. Most of it was built on a lie. The lie that she came up through some black space, the idea that she has some black audience that caters to black male wants, needs, and desires, and perspectives, and insights, and like all of this whole thing, all of that was a lie. It's a white woman from, I don't know, from, let's just say Kansas. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Let's just say, okay, a white girl from Kansas went over to London, to the UK, talking to a bunch of niggas with Ozzy Osbourne accents and women with Kelly Osbourne accents. They having a conversation about relationships, modern woman this, modern woman that, with a rainbow coalition of blackish, and some white people from London. That's all that happened. That was and people just created a narrative, created a story. She's invaded the Black American cookout. Can't even prove that she has a Black American audience. Can't even prove that. The fact that we went that damn crazy over that is ridiculous. Now, I've been trying. I've been trying to get people to realize that this was much to do about nothing. It's a whole nother story that floated under the radar to me about her that was really something to be criticized, and I talked about that on the other show, but I ain't about to get into that today. That one floated under the radar for me like 4 months ago. I didn't even look into it. That was the real story, but this shit was nothing. This was nothing. And who better to hop on board with me and speak on this one other than Little Big Nate. Little Big Nate, you are in the stream. We can hear you, but I don't got it to where you can see your avatar. I got to make your avatar. But welcome aboard.
I'm good, man. What's up, bro?
What is going on? Little Big Nate? I saw you popping off in the chat room. I know between the clips I played and the analysis, I know it's a lot of meat on the bone for you. So I'm just gonna step back. And by the way, 327 people in here. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Support the stream. God damn it, support the stream. Thank you, Jackie Jack, dropping the $2 super chat. Says this one is for Clue. Why is that one for Clue? What's going on?
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
And real quick, I disagree with I disagree with that statement. All of said individuals aren't looking crazy. I'm not even going to get into who I think is looking crazy, but no, there's a certain aspect. There's a certain class of black men who aren't triggered by nothing. Let me just say who aren't triggered by bullshit. Like, Angry Man is somebody who's always criticized. Well, I won't say always criticized. He's never said anything favorably about her. I remember when she was on Valuetainment, and the title was Red Pill Debate between her, Hafiz, or whatever. And I remember he commented, you should have at least one red pill person in this red pill debate. Like, Angry Man has always been of that view that she shouldn't be speaking on behalf of men in a male movement. Not black men, but just men in general, because she don't, that's always been Angry Man's position. He's always kind of, shitted on her, poo-pooed on her, poo-pooed a little bit her whole little success and her being, kind of out in, front in terms of subscriber count and views and all of that stuff. He's always criticized it. So here she is under fire by everybody. So I actually respected that he didn't seize that opportunity as a chance. Yeah, because I don't like that she's up, that her channel is that big and that she's speaking to a male movement, because I on principle don't like that, let me use this opportunity to take a crap on her. I kind of like that he didn't join the fake outrage train. I respect, like, TLA don't get outraged about nothing. And Anton had a sit down, cool, smooth discussion with Charleston White, who's a card carrying serial rapist, according to Charleston White. Like, so really the unbothered, untriggered people were unbothered, untriggered by this. But as far as, people looking crazy, yeah, okay, it was some, there are some individuals that look crazy. There are some people who I never knew owned a dashiki, put on a dashiki for the occasion of going at black men. Like, because because that's what this was about, attacking black men over something that two white people said to each other. But anyway, enough of that. Shout out to everybody. I see people supporting the stream. We're going to go to Lil Big Nate, and I'm going to get your comments via super chat. After we pass it to Lil Big Nate. But go ahead, Lil Big Nate. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I appreciate you letting me up, Bernard. Salute everybody in the chat. What this whole controversy demonstrates is what I said when we had a show a few months ago, that black people are, in fact, the biggest white supremacists. They just are. 99.9% of white folks ain't thinking about you, ain't concerned about you. They have mortgages. They have rent to pay, trying to keep their children off of methamphetamines, trying to keep their marriages together, trying to battle their own demons, alcoholism, drug abuse. They don't look at themselves as superior in any way, shape, or form. The only individuals that look at white people as superior are the men, the hashtag gay for white supremacy black men, who collectively had their assholes torn open by the opinion of this 25-year-old middle America white woman. Her opinion about reparations and slavery made your vaginas bleed. Why is that? The niggas that talk this nonsense on the left, and that's what you are. You're a leftist. If this sends you into apoplectic shock, you're a leftist. I'm sorry, sir. The black men of like minds, that's my phrase, since the man is from meet up, like-minded men. Now everybody's using it. Like-minded men, the men who are way too busy taking care of their children, their households, their obligations to their jobs, the women in their lives, their ultimate pursuits and goals and dreams, because they're invested in this country. They don't really have a lot of time to worry about what some middle America white woman who's 25 years old and raised herself into internet stardom thinks about slavery or reparations. The niggas popping shit say that Just Pearly Things is our leader and we're defending her. No. What's obvious to anybody with a functioning brain is that this woman's opinion means the world, not to us, but to you. You're the ones that have this woman as your goddamn shining white lady on a hill. Her opinion and how she interacted with Nick Fuentes has you all upset, angry, and brokenhearted. I ain't trying to attack George Macon, but I heard him on Red Supreme. Shout out to Red Supreme. That's my nigga. But George Macon literally said this. He said, you see, this is how they do us. And I thought to myself, what the fuck is he talking about? This is how they do us. This is what he said about her.
You know George? Hold on, wait, time out. You know George Macon is the one who really truly started all of this.
I didn't. Not Jason Black.
He gave Jason Black he was the weapons dealer. Put it like that. 4 months ago, when Pearly got into that little scuffle with Hafiz, and then Hafiz was basically just trying to, take a crap on the red pill, the manosphere, or anybody that's making points even similar or adjacent to the type of points that we make. He tried to basically just say it's all just a bunch of BS, because he was basically doing a negative campaign ad for himself to try to get everybody to distrust the manosphere, become subscribe to him and buy his course or his consultation or whatever. That was his whole strategy in that whole debate with Pearl. But we saw the nonsense, and we basically clicked up and refuted and rebutted all of his nonsense. George Macon 4 months ago basically said, y'all doing all that to defend Pearl? And it's like, no, we defending ourselves against the bullshit Hafiz said. And George Macon was like, no, she's the woman king of the black manosphere. And then O'Shea took that and did a stream that got a bunch of views saying that, that Pearl was the woman king of the black manosphere. She refuted it. But after O'Shea responded to it, O'Shea's kind of in the pro-black community, and all the pro-blacks start saying it then. It was rumbling back then. Like that's where all of that started. That this chick who had almost no connection with the black manosphere up until that point up until that point, she had almost no connection with the Black Manosphere. They start saying that, oh, she's the leader of the Black Manosphere and they worship her. That's where all of that started, and that's where all of that came. So that's been rumbling in the pro-Black community. And then when Jason Black, just laying in the cut, finally saw that Nick Fuentes thing, and then he took what they were already saying and boom, and made it mainstream news basically in the Black YouTube sector. But George Macon was the one who actually started all of that. George Macon, I credit George. I credit George Macon for this. He had to get his weapon in the hands of somebody as big as Jason Black, but he was the one. He was the one who started it from the start. But carry on.
I appreciate the chronology, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
It is as clear as you looking at your face in the mirror that the people who live and die, whose happiness and sadness rests on what this white woman says, are not us, not this league of like-minded Black men that I represent, that the Black Manosphere Meetup represents, the men of Syric represent. No, it's the pro-Blacks. To be pushed to the limit to where you're holding all of these different panels and niggas are literally trying to destroy her financially. Again, this is not in defense of her. If you cry wolf, if this is racism, then what happens if something really does happen where Black people are targeted? Niggas are busy crying wolf over something that amounts to nothing. She's a white woman from middle America, born to conservative white parents. You think she's gonna agree with the standard issue opinion of Blacks in regards to slavery and reparations? How stupid do you have to be to think that? Yes, there are white people that are going to have differences of opinion on subjects as contentious as slavery and reparations, and their opinion shouldn't automatically have them listed as a racist. That's not the defense of Pearl. That's the defense of logic and decency. That's what it is. But a lot of niggas don't believe in those concepts: decency, morality, intelligence, balance. They don't fucking believe in that shit. So when some white broad says something that they don't like or is giggling on a panel with a guy that's a known white supremacist, ooh, like that's supposed to make a Black man shit in his pants. This shit is embarrassing. And again, little Big Nate was right. Y'all gonna have to get used to that goddamn hashtag, because I called this shit 4 years ago. I told you you're gonna have to separate. You're gonna have to. The niggas who are preoccupied with how white people feel. Look, this is just a clear testament to the fact that this segment of Black people who get so bent out of shape over what white people say or think or do are the true white supremacists. They only get mad when a white person kills a Black person. Black person can kill 100 Black people. They don't give a fuck. When the white person does it, they get all bent out of shape, angry. We got to take to the streets. We got to cause $10 billion in physical damage to the United States of America. White people are the single most important element in these pro-Black people's lives. Me, Hoodservative, Bernard Riley, a lot of other niggas in the chat, this shit means nothing to us because we're too busy doing other things. We have children, we have things we're accomplishing. Some white woman's opinion does not move us in the slightest because she's not our leader. She's your leader. And because she doesn't agree with you, you're bent out of shape and your assholes are bleeding. Thank you.
All right. Before we go to Hoodservatives, let's get to the super chats. RM, pull up the last super. Yeah, there we go. Hold on. All right. That was Jackie Jack said this one is for Clue. I think they got some kind of something going on in the chat room. We'll see. Woke Quill in the building with the $5 super chat. He says they use Pura as a way to throw shots at others for addressing real issues. Pro-Blacks only tactic is shame white people into cutting a check. That yes. But definitely right, they did use the whole issue to attack black people, more specifically black men, and even more specifically than that, the black manosphere for, like you said, talking about real issues. The Clue Channel in the building says, I see Jackie and I raise you too. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Jackie Jack says, do better than this. Uh-oh, they having a...
What do we get for $10? Everything you want.
Yeah, having a clip measuring contest. Anyway, the Clue Channel sends I'm 15.
You're the beneficiaries.
Says Jackie Jack, get your hand out of my pocket. Thank you. And all right, enough YouTube. I appreciate it, but enough YouTube. But Jackie Jack dropped 20 on it. She says, your turn. Clue. She said, or did I win? I'm staying out of that. I appreciate it. I appreciate being the beneficiary of it, but I'm staying out of it. But thank you for supporting the stream. I do appreciate that. Hood Conservative, go ahead, man. What's on your mind? What you got? Mic check on Hood Conservative. I think you are muted, or no, you're not muted. You're just... Oh, there you go.
My bad, stupid YouTube. You know, while you guys were talking, I was just like scrolling through my Twitter. I'm sitting on my laptop here, and I'm watching this video from outside of the Manhattan courthouse where Trump is supposed to be getting indicted or whatever. And it's like footage of this big black dude. He's like a cameraman pushing some guy, some white guy. He's like getting all aggressive with the white guy, but he's a black guy who's a cameraman. He's got like his boom mic and his headset, all his camera equipment and stuff on him. And it's just like, wow, bro, why you got this? Why you got so much energy over this? And I'm talking about this because it kind of reminds me of the Pearly situation where it's like black folk, we got this weird, inexplicable anger over stuff that shouldn't even make you that upset. I don't even get why I'm watching this video. Like, why are you so upset right now that, you know, people support Trump? Why is this a black thing? And then to like kind of to make it, you know, more about the subject matter, like I get that it was, you know, it touched up against black sensitivities. The fact that she said slavery, right? It's not even that she literally didn't say what people are charging her with, which is like downplaying slavery. That is not what was said at all. But the fact that she said the word slavery, it just like rubs up against black people's like hypersensitivities. And it's just wild that we got to be so unnecessarily sensitive about things that in a lot of ways don't even really revolve around us. Like what Pearl said about slavery and Alex Haley and Roots, that actually had nothing to do with anything going on in anybody's personal life, right? Nothing about that had any power over anything that you were actually dealing with right now. But for some reason, so many black people felt like it's the most important thing that was happening for them, and they made it important when it was really nothing.
Which speaks to just how, and I hate to say this, pathetic as a collective group of people we are, if this is all it takes to move us. Are you serious? So, you know, and shout out to Rod of God. And I shouted him out on my show last night. And I even shouted him out when he was on the platform with Hood Conservative and they were going at it. I said, man, Rod of God's a solid nigga, but you just wrong, dog. And he was wrong, just like George Macon's wrong, just like O'Shea's wrong. You niggas are wrong. Rod of God said, man, our ancestors would be ashamed of us because they faced actual racism. You're comparing a white Democrat forcing a black Republican in the early 1900s to tell them how many bubbles are in a bar of soap before they can vote Republican. That level of racism, black codes, Jim Crow, a gallon of jelly beans, how many red jelly beans in this jar of jelly beans? before you can vote Republican, because white Democrats didn't want you voting Republican. That's racism. German Shepherds biting large chunks of flesh out of your forebears. That's racism. Full pressure fire hoses in people's faces is racism. A middle America 25-year-old white broad not agreeing with reparations or slavery, even if she uses black people as her backdrop, is not racism. Does not warrant 15 fucking uploads. Does not warrant a fucking jihad against the bitch to destroy her business. And she hasn't lost any subscribers from what I understand, which also speaks to the fact that her audience isn't majority black.
Well, Nate, you realize if you remove Pearl from the business, and if you could take Pearl out of the business and keep all things equal, you essentially have a black business, right? That's the funny thing about it, right?
Shit.
Minus Pearl, this is a black business, right? Y'all really fucked up, which is almost a de facto black business, right? But because Pearl's there, because a white woman started a black business, it is funny. It is so funny though when I think about it. And you niggas are so easy to troll, by the way. Like, you got to be better than this. Excuse me. You really got to be better than this, man. You guys are so easy to troll. A white woman starts a black business, and y'all niggas gonna cry forever.
And on my stream yesterday, I said, Pearl, you're stupid. You're stupid. And you're stupid because you trusted all black people. And this speaks to what patriarchy brought up a couple of days ago. I was just thinking back to my last interaction with the nigga. But
yeah, that was wild.
That was wild.
That was definitely wild.
Yeah, hey, don't talk about my children, nigga, because I'm gonna have to cut you open. But
yeah, I saw the troll coming a mile away. I don't know if you could hear me because I was already starting to get loud. I
had blood in my ears. I couldn't hear that. Nigga had blood in his ears. Had blood in my eyes.
That's the thing, bro. Listen. We can't allow ourselves to be so easily trolled. That's the thing.
These are my children, dog.
I get it.
You can troll me about my child, nigga. I'm a loser.
Look, now that the moment is over and it's past, like, you can see the hilarity in it. Like, you had blood in your ears, bro. What the fuck?
I did. I ain't gonna lie, nigga. I did, though. That's some real shit. But I told Just Pro Things. I said, you're stupid. You trust all black people. You thought, well, I did great business with Kevin Samuels. I learned from him. Paid this black man thousands of dollars. Paid this other black man, TLA, thousands of dollars. Got great business advice from him on developing my platform. I've hired very talented Nigerian, black, whatever the fuck, to run my goddamn platform. Yes, the Nigerian guy is in charge of talent acquisition. So if that's the people he knows, a lot of the people on my platform are going to be black. And also there's an interesting juxtaposition between this goofy looking, awkward white girl who's 6 feet tall, talking to these, UK modern black women and white women and others, and it all made for an interesting, visual and content, even though what she was talking about is what I referred to as rudimentary red pill, which is most of what these fucking women talk about. But it's completely ridiculous to put so much onus on this woman that her simply disagreeing with you about rape, reparations, and slavery, and her goddamn opinion shouldn't shock you when you consider where she's come, regardless of the fact she spends a lot of time around black people. If black people are so fucking weak that you can't deal with somebody's opinion that will be different from yours, and you have to destroy her despite the fact she's done great business with black people, other people, like Scott Adams said, need to stay the fuck away from you. Because you're toxic, horrible, destructive people that will ruin shit if there's some imagined disrespect in the slightest.
Well, what's funny is that I think she did kind of stay away from American black people. Like, this is like some American black people looked at some London black people who or Nigerians who immigrated to London. It's like black Americans kind of gentrified the outrage of, you know, it ain't had nothing. It ain't have a whole lot, you know, like her interactions with Black Americans and was minimal, you know, even you know, booking you know, paying Kevin Samuels for a consultation, yeah, her and everybody else on earth for like a 1.5 year period. He was doing like 2 or 3 consultations a day, you know, like yeah, so like that wasn't even that part wasn't even a big deal. Like like anybody who was anybody or trying to be anybody or trying to be somebody was getting, you know, he was literally the biggest YouTuber on earth. And so people doing YouTube or just wanted, you know, I don't know, business advice, personal life coaching style advice, whatever kind of advice somebody wanted, Kevin Samuels was the go-to guy for like a 1.5 year period, all the way up until he died, really. So I mean, that I don't even look at that as a big deal. I mean,
but isn't it interesting? This at the time she was probably 23. This young, goofy white girl had the intelligence to approach established Black men, pay them handsomely, and learn from them. While Black women, and I'm not putting this on all Black women, but there is a subset of Black women in this space promoting killing Black boys. And that's what my stream was about yesterday. You niggas don't know racism. Racism was right in your fucking face, right under your fucking nose, and you ain't got much to say about that, do you? Fucking Black women promoting murdering you doesn't send you into bloody ass rage like some fucking middle America white bitch who doesn't agree with you on reparations and slavery. You niggas are a joke. You're a joke. I'm telling you straight up to your face.
Before we go to you, conservative Aaron, let's pull up all any super chats I haven't read yet. All super chats will be read. You want your comments to become a part of the show? Definitely send it via super chat or Cash App. I don't think I read that last one that was just up yet, so go back to that one. Go back to the one that was just well, I'll start with this one and just make that be the next one. Java Joe with the $10 super chat says it should be obvious, but Pew Research did a poll and 80% of white people are against reparations. Wow. I never knew it was a number on that. That's, well, I guess
what do we get for $10? Everything you.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. Go ahead, Nate. What you going to say about
My
that?
apologies.
No, go ahead.
And if that's the case, the job of people that are for reparations is to come to the argument with a compelling group of facts that will hopefully change hearts and minds. I'm not going to sit up here and say, "Oh, I'm against reparations." I'll be honest with you. I'm torn over the issue. So I can't say yay or nay, but I do know the better way to go about challenging somebody that you disagree with on the issue. And it's not to fucking become a bunch of emotionally torn to bits Black men crying about some white lady's opinion. You come with facts, data, and statistics, shout out to KS, and you present your case, a compelling, overwhelming case that will shut down anyone who opposes your position. That's what a man would do.
In that
I
case,
have a million uploads crying about the shit.
And I think that case can definitely be made for, you know, some stuff that happened in Jim Crow. Like there's people who, you know, I've heard more than a few people say that their family still owns the records of what was lost and taken from them during that time.
Understand? Those people should
they
have
got a legit case. They got a legit case that they could take, and they should be taking that case to no end. They should get tired of seeing them up there, you know. So yes, I'm all for that, and I support that. But
absolutely.
But that trying to, I ain't about to get into the logistic nightmare of trying to I don't figure out how much Africa, like there's so much racial mixing. If you have descendants who were ever slaves in America, that could get rough. It's going to be some barely Blackish people walking around with a fat reparations check. It'll get weird. But number 16,
5 million in California.
There'll be people who've been white for like 6 generations getting a check.
Not 6. I'll say
however many it takes. I'm just saying there will be.
No. It's definitely, it's somebody who, you know, by the year of two, there's a 20-year-old walking around right now who's indistinguishable from a white person who, if you trace everything back, he probably had a grandfather, a great grandfather on a plantation, or great grandmother or something on a plantation, but he's indistinguishable from white today. That's why it just turns into a logistical nightmare trying to figure out who gets reparations based off having a descendant who was on a plantation. But Jim Crow, nobody can argue with that, but anyway, number 16 in the building says, why must and uses being ripped apart be uttered so frequently?
I think he's talking about the
acting
whole
mean,
asshole
yeah. Why
movement
must
thing.
rectums being ripped apart be uttered
I'll be glad
so
to
frequently? Okay, feel free to go ahead and explain why you.
We are
Go ahead, Nate.
We're in 2023, and black men are crying about a 25-year-old white woman's opinion on reparations and slavery. Black men are doing numerous uploads. Black men are having batteries put in their back by black women. This pro-black movement. Isn't it weird? So many of these pro-blacks have never had a black wife. That dude, that Garvey dude, on his he had his black turtleneck and his African continent medallion. This shit is so fucking clownish. It makes me laugh. So he talked about how he had a situation.
Oh wait, hold on, wait. Did I saw a clip of the auntie chick? I don't know her name, auntie something. Well, she was clowning him for was she trying to say that he never wear that African medallion? But
no, he probably never wore it. Now is time to wear it. Because you're talking about the colonizer. I got my black turtleneck on. Got my black medallion blazing.
I didn't know he was so pro-black until now. It's weird how that brought it out of him. You've been working with this white colonizer all this time, and now you got your African medallion on.
Taking her checks, benefiting from the size and scope of her platform. He talked about how he had some situation with the mother of his child. So he's over in the UK creating, illegitimate black families, broken black families. Why don't these pro-blacks ever have a black family? Hardly, almost ever. I know a few of them are married. How come these pro-blacks never have a black wife? Where's your black intact two-parent household family, you black pro people? Bernard Riley got married to a black woman, tried it, didn't work. I married a black woman, tried it, didn't work. But at least we tried. Where are your fucking families, niggas?
Well, no, it's more complicated than that, Nate. Because
sorry.
It's easy enough to produce a pro-black guy who's married or whatever. They do exist, so that's not quite the goal.
There's a few.
There's a few. But here's the catch. Here's the catch, right? You can't really sell me a pro-black fantasy, right? Whatever your pro-black endpoint is, whatever the destination for all this fuckery is, you can't really sell me on that without selling me on the actual stable family life, right? If you can't get your pro-black family together, how are pro-blacks going to actually combat all this racism that they imagine happening? And that's really the crux of it all, because underneath it all, the pro-black relationship setup needs to be at least examined, if not like critiqued and destroyed, because you pro-blacks don't really have any energy for the conversation when it comes to how things should work between men and women, because FD Signifier kept alluding to this. Ultimately, they see no problem with a female dominated family structure, and men over here, we see all the problems with it, and that's like a gap that can never get bridged.
And let's talk about the unholy alliance between the gynocracy, feminism, and pro-black ideology.
Hold on, wait. Hold your thought on that. Hold your thought on that. Let me go get through the rest of the super chats. Darren Jones in the building, $10 super chat. Let's run through them kind of fast. Darren Jones with the super chat says, exactly, like-minded men are stoic and indifferent about this. Very, very true. Very, very
Please
true.
Join my Rumble, Mr. Jones. Join my Rumble. Yeah. I'm just about to drop it, sir. You belong kicking it with me, nigga.
Yeah, Jackie loves Jack saying that she won the clit measuring contest with her and Clue. all Zoom Alice. I think that must be awesome Alice. I don't know. But he says what people fail to realize, even bad publicity will bring in the subs. You always have good panel and content. Keep the good work up, bro. Well, see, here's the thing. Fresh and Fit had some bad publicity, and it didn't bring in subs for them. It didn't. And they actually lost subs when they had that bad publicity, because the people who were the people who they tried to convince that Fresh and Fit was some horrible people were their actual people who were actually subscribed to them in their audience. That's the reason Pearl hasn't lost any subs, because I mean most of Black America hates her right now. She hasn't lost any subs because most of Black America wasn't subscribed to her. So that's why this is just a fake bullshit story invented out of whole cloth, because she didn't have a Black American audience. That was fake news.
Not only that, most of Black America already wasn't a fan of her, so she wasn't gaining fans that she already didn't have for the most part. But then if you look at the wider audience, like white America and everybody else watching, you just got this another case of like Black America going ham on some white girl for no apparent reason. So that's going to get her more support.
Yeah, possibly. But Cash Flow Hustles in the building with $10 super chat. He says pro-blackness is the new religion. That's yeah. And impervious to logic and reason, with fanaticism and zealotry. Thank you for the super chat. The Standard RLC, believing with height. Oh my goodness. Believing white, well, you could say white. I don't think the algorithm gives a shit about that. But believing white people have it better than you simply for being white is upholding white supremacy. We believe more than most white people. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It's funny he's saying we believe in white supremacy more than most white people. It is interesting. In Hood, I think you know what I'm talking about, because when they played the Jason Black clip with Jared Taylor, when you listen to Jared Taylor, who's being presented as the white supremacist, a lot of what he was saying is like he spends more time trying to debunk white supremacy than than upholding it. He spends a lot of time trying to debunk it. And maybe they would say that's the devil's greatest trick, is to convince you that he never exists. But either way it go, he does do an interesting, and I would even say a good job at debunking the claims of it. And so it's a whole nother thing. And granted, there's a lot of layers to it, but I think a lot of the stuff that most Black people be complaining about is founded on a lot of emotional arguments. I'll just say that. You know, there are some targeted things that, okay, there's a problem here that probably needs to be addressed, but a lot of things are it's on emotions. But Falcon Blizzak in the building says all of a sudden we're all tethers, not brothers. Yeah, but they did this whole thing trying to ride for the tethers, as they called them. I just learned that word a week ago. They're trying to learn. They riding for the tethers over in London. But James Wingate in the building says JPT just probably things paid Kevin Samuels TLA and worked with Donovan Sharp. Yeah, and Rollo Tomasi and a lot of other people. She was trying to learn any and everything she could red pill.
Sounds like a wise business.
Trying to learn anything she could red pill or manosphere or just anything YouTube. Like she didn't go to TLA for, I think, any red pill or manosphere advice. I think she got most of that from like Rollo. She said Rollo was kind of mentoring her. Rollo Tomasi was kind of mentoring her a little bit. I think she went to Kevin Samuels and the lead attorney for YouTube advice. They two people who blew up real fast, and she just went to them paid them for basically a YouTube consultation, something that both of them were actively openly selling. But was that the last one? All right, that's the last one. All right, so let's
well, I want to talk about the unholy alliance between the gynocracy, feminism, and pro-Black ideology.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the women, the progenitors of radical misandrist feminism, like Bell Hooks. It's a woman named Crenshaw, you know, Angela Davis, a renowned communist, alleged triple homicide, person involved in a triple homicide, Patricia Hill Collins, these horrible several of them lesbian communist Marxists who are deified in the pro-black movement. You have women who are avowed lesbians, misandrists, promoters of just slaughtering children by the hundreds of thousands. And this somehow connects with pro-black. Angela Davis went to New York. I did a stream on it. She went to New York last year to speak at a high school in upstate New York, and several of the parents were outraged. They don't want this avowed communist Marxist who was taught by members of the Frankfurt School, like literally taught by members of the Frankfurt School out of Russia, about communism and the benefits of Marxism. And because the parents came together and she was not able to come to the high school, there was a black church filled with black people who clapped and celebrated her and lauded her and told her how wonderful she was. An avowed communist who was at one time accused of a triple homicide where a sitting court judge was murdered along with a couple of other guys. But, you know, no big deal. These are the people that black people celebrate. This is your pro-black ideology. And again, I'm not condemning all pro-blacks. There are some pro-blacks that actually do the work, that actually have schools that are teaching young black children properly, instilling morals in them. I'm not laying a blanket of condemnation over all of them, but very few of the people with this ideology produce. The way you measure how the quality of someone's ideology is what they're able to produce. Men on our side of the political spectrum, all we do is produce. I'm sorry. All we do is produce. Your top black businessmen are going to lean to the conservative side. The three guys who are credited with this space all lean to the right, for the most part. And I'm sorry, black men are going to, hold on a second. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my thing went. Yeah, so these are where the productive, family-oriented black men are. And also, we don't let things like this bother us. A white person's opinion about slavery and reparations, even if it differs from ours, it doesn't offend us. We come to an argument prepared to defend our beliefs. That's what men do. And the place where you find the men are over on the right side of the political spectrum. I'm sorry. It's just the truth.
All right. We are joined by Aaron. And I think I recognize you. You've been on here before. You had a channel under a different name, something like Breaking the Echo Chamber or something like that.
Escaping the Echo Chamber. Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. Cool. Welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me.
On your mind, what you got on this?
Well, I disagree with a lot of what's being said, and there's a lot of points. So I'm just going to a couple of things to start with. Like I think it's a false equivalency. Not even it's a straw man of saying that people that are mad about Pearl are comparing what she said to actual slavery. That's ridiculous. That I don't know of anyone who's saying that. Like, I've never said, oh, this is as bad as black people being lynched, as black people being. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what she said was racist.
I didn't say that either.
No, but that's what you've characterized because you came.
No,
sir.
That's
sir, you started by saying this is not real racism. This is what racism is.
I said
described the
action. Hold on, guys. I'm going to fill up my coffee. Y'all behave yourself, but have at it. Have at it.
Rod of God. Let's be specific here. You can't just put words in my mouth. Rod of God talked about our ancestors. I said our ancestors wouldn't call this racism. Go.
Okay. Number one, racism is a spectrum. It's an ideology. So racist acts are separate from the ideology, the beliefs that people have. So if somebody believes, like her believing that black people being tortured, being murdered, being lynched, her believing that's not so horrible. That's racist that's crazy racist.
Said. You put words.
She said.
You're doing what all these guys are doing.
Stop. Did I say you said that? Who am I saying? Listen to me.
I said
listen to the words coming out of my mouth. She said it's not so horrible.
In her mouth.
Okay. She said it wasn't that horrible.
That's not what she said, sir. I can tell you what she said. Sir. She said, when Nick Fuentes said, like, they use the Holocaust to try to control people, talking about how horrible the Holocaust was. And Nick Fuentes believes that there's aspects of the Holocaust that are exaggerated. She said, well, I shouldn't say this, but kind of like how Alex Haley said.
Wrong.
Oh my God.
She referenced Alex Haley separately. She said slavery wasn't as bad as they say it was. That's what she said.
No, she
listen, she said things several things. She also said that
slavery. I did hear her say it was exaggerated, and then she started trying to cop a plea on that, and then she went to Alex Haley in his quote, which what he said is accurate. Rather he said it or she said it or whoever the hell said it, I do think is accurate, and I think the Jews do use their history to try to control and manipulate people, and I think black people do the damn thing too, and I think Jason Black is evidence of that.
But Bernard, we have to be honest. He said that she said lynching, murders weren't as bad. She didn't say that. They keep putting words in her mouth.
That's part of slavery. Like, this is what you're failing to understand. You're failing to understand when she says slavery, that's what she's talking about. She's talking all of these actions that took place under slavery. You see, you're trying to cape for her. Listen, you're trying to cape for her and trying to diminish the significance of what she said.
Of slavery may be exaggerated.
Now you're adding words. She did. Now you're adding words to her because she didn't say that. Because she didn't say that. You're trying to sanitize. You're trying to sanitize.
I'm not trying to do anything. I don't need to sanitize it.
That's what you're doing.
I don't need to sanitize.
Real quick, RM, fine. If you could find the clip.
You listen to me that often?
Real quick.
I've had conversations with you where you say,
whoa. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Can y'all hear me? Maybe I need to adjust something. All right. Real quick, RM. If you can find the clip, because a lot of people are like saying play the clip. If you can find the short version of the clip, it's probably impossible now because it's probably every long streams with a bunch of commentary all over it. Just for the record, to the degree that it matters, we can just play the exact clip and then be done with it. And there's that. Because at this point, I don't even remember the exact quote, but I remember it as she's okay. Good.
They also accused her.
Question. Did you see it?
Sarah Garvey accused her of saying that Black Africans are more productive than African Americans. That was a complete lie.
That was not a complete lie. That was not a complete lie.
Oh my God. We could play that. She said that. She said
okay, hold on.
Are more productive than Americans. That's the exact quote. You niggas lie.
No, you're lying. Because listen, what he's doing is he's interpreting what she's meant. He's saying that she meant by Americans. Listen to me.
I'm going to take what she said.
Hold up. Listen to me. Because he's saying he's explaining what she said as referring to Black Americans. Now, because you may argue. Listen. So you not say that. Listen. You saying it's a complete lie is false.
Complete lie.
No, it's not a complete lie.
I got
because he didn't say he's quoting her. But here's what I'm saying. You may make the argument.
Just put words in somebody's mouth if you want to.
Dude, can you let me finish for a second?
Oh
you saying that you think she meant all Americans is your interpretation.
No.
Then we can have that discussion. Listen,
I'm going by what she said, sir.
Because here's the thing. You can say that if that's what you believe, then somebody could have asked her, okay, wait, do you think immigrants are more productive than white Americans? Because I'm curious to see whether or not she would have answered that question in the affirmative, or whether she would have avoided that question.
Because it was either her or Nick Fuentes says that Nigerians routinely outperform white Americans.
Listen, outperform and are more industrious.
Now you're parsing that.
Huh?
She literally, her and Nick Fuentes said that Black Nigerians outperform white Americans on that stream.
Yeah, they literally said that. But
they literally said that. But of course, that doesn't matter to you either.
Let me ask you this, Aaron.
This is nonsense, bro.
Does it like bother you that some white chick from I don't know? I just say she's from Kansas because Wizard of Oz,
She's from Illinois.
I like to say she's from Kansas. It's funnier. But so a white girl from Kansas who doesn't agree with you on that type of stuff. Like, does it like? I guess I'm asking, why does it bother you?
Here's what bothers me.
Much. Okay.
Here's what bothers me. The minimization of the atrocities that happen to Black people is common. The minimization of the atrocities that happen to Black people is there's a serious attempt to normalize that. Because right now you got this piece of shit Matt Walsh saying stupid stuff like that too. Right. Matt Walsh is now coming out saying,
okay, well let me just put it like this. I think
Matt Walsh is a piece of shit. Gotcha.
Yes, but he's
I don't want to risk my channel or anything, but I think I think the small hats I understand that they they like to light a candle and shed a tear for their history and their ancestors, their loved ones, and all of that. But carrying that around like a neck medallion into every conversation and flaunting it and calling everything anti-Semitism. I mean, it's like shut the fuck up. Like get over it. Like I do feel that way about them. Do you think?
Listen. Here's. I don't necessarily. I think that they have established a certain amount of seriousness around that issue, as they should. Because think about it. For hundreds of years in this country, Black people have been targeted. What makes us think that suddenly it just stopped? Everything's good now. Like seriously, what makes us think that? That's JB, delusion.
I can answer that.
JB Willie, take your phone.
BJ.
Oh, I'm sorry, VJ Willie. Take your phone and just turn it like that. Just turn it sideways.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, it makes for a better look.
Okay, all right,
cool. All right, carry on.
And so, I mean, there's this blatant attempt to not just to definitely minimize the atrocities that happen to Black people, and to minimize, and basically what it boils down to is people saying that Black people aren't worth as much, that Black people are like, oh, that's good, don't worry, just get over it, because this is like the rhetoric that's being told to Black people.
Okay, so her saying that, that's like her saying that your life doesn't matter, Black lives don't matter. That's her saying that.
It's saying Black. In other words, Black people are expected to accept things that no other community is expected to accept. Because like right now, white people are mad over something being taught in the school that
CRT. He's talking about CRT.
Even though that's not being taught in schools, but okay. But they're mad about history being taught that doesn't center them.
About it too.
Hey,
listen.
Excuse me, bro. Can I ask you a question when I'm speaking right now?
Could you just let me just finish this one point real quick. So they're saying that they're mad about a course being taught in school, and they're up in arms about it, and they're telling us that we should accept all sorts of nonsense and just be cool with it, when they won't accept a fraction of what we've had to endure in this country, and just let it go.
Accept a fraction. I don't even understand what you're talking about. I have a question for you though. So real quick, before you hop in, sir, my apologies. You talked about the atrocities, right? What's your opinion on the atrocity of 23 million dead Black children in less than 50 years?
Okay, so you're going to talk about abortion, right?
Abortion that the Black church is supported.
Okay, so here's my thing.
Here's your take on that atrocity, sir.
Here's what I think.
Let him speak.
I think that I'm not opposed.
Taking too long, bro. You take it too long.
Let him dance. Let him ready.
No, my apologies. Pardon me. Go ahead.
I believe that somebody saying, I'm not going to bring a child into this world that I can't provide for and take care of, I'm not mad at them, because the suffering that child would have to go through with a parent that can't provide and take care of them the way they need to.
What do you think about Margaret Sanger?
I remember I had a show. Hold on, wait, time out. Yeah. I had a show where I asked the question, can you be pro-Black and pro-choice at the same time? Can you be pro-Black and pro-abortion? And bruh, you just doubled down on that. You
just doubled down.
You own some blackity black, we black y'all, and we should take not an iota, not a drop of salt.
What about Margaret Sanger's support of the Nazis?
Not a small. We should.
Listen, I'm not a Margaret Sanger fan.
Time out. Your argument is that we should not accept or tolerate a small grain of disrespect on our personhood. That's your
How
argument.
dare you?
And but you are pro abortion?
Yes.
Dead black babies. You don't care about no goddamn pain black people are going through.
Hey, let's just not get hot. Let's not get.
Okay, wait, pain?
No.
What
What
you
he
saying
said
is
is bad enough.
Do you think those children would opt for death or life? A chance for life.
Hey, let's calm down. Listen, we don't need to be yelling. We gonna sound like some women.
Answer that question?
Hold on. Sound like some women.
Disgusting, and you're hypocrite.
Listen, you clowns.
Just breathe,
you don't
brother,
listen.
breathe.
Listen, you don't listen because here's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're saying suffering. They're not suffering. That's the point. Bringing them into a world where they're hated and they have no resources.
Black people are not hated.
Suffering.
You're a liar. You're a
what?
fucking liar.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Hey, sir,
To sit there and say black people are hated, you're a moron. You are a complete and utter.
You're a liar.
You're a complete moron. You're a complete moron. And you're bootleg because you don't want to accept the reality. Because you don't want to deal with your actual enemy because you're a coward. You're a coward. Look, you are a coward.
I'm not allowed.
Everybody,
you are
everybody,
you need a mic button.
It's still worth pointing out. I mean, listen, you do have to deal with the irony of you would support a baby being killed in the womb. You would support that, but in the event that that baby is born, you better not even say any words that just might that may rub them the wrong way, or you're racist and you're horrible. And we should be out like, how could you be outraged about somebody's words, but you're okay with the life being taken on one hand? Like, I do want to hear that thought process get walked
because here, let me tell you what I am. I believe in the right to life and the right to death. I believe that people have the right to choose for themselves whether or not they lie or not. Now, let me tell you what happens. Now, let me tell you what I'm saying.
I got it.
Let me tell you what happens with an unborn child. Now, let me tell you what happens with an unborn child. Unborn child doesn't have the capacity to make that decision.
Have you seen an abortion?
Listen to me. Its closest living relative, the mother, can make that decision for it. Because here's the thing: if I'm brain dead, my closest living family will make the decision for me whether or not to pull the plug.
Babies aren't brain dead.
They do not have the cognitive ability to make that decision.
You're a liar.
The infant, you're talking about the fetus. The fetus has the cognitive ability to make that decision.
Abortions? I've seen them.
Does the fetus have the cognitive ability to make that decision? Answer the question. Does the fetus have the cognitive ability? It's a simple question. Does the fetus have the cognitive ability? Answer the question. Answer the question. Stop running. Answer the question.
Time out. Okay.
Time out. Easy.
Let's get some facts.
Easy. So I heard you kept saying answer the question. I couldn't hear the question. All right.
Okay. Does a fetus have the cognitive ability to make that decision?
Yes.
You don't think a child wants to live?
How developed is a fetus?
Hold on. He's asking the question.
God,
that's a factual question.
Stop it. Everybody chill. He's asking the question. Does the fetus have the ability to make a decision about something like that?
Yes.
And the answer to that question is no. However,
okay, my apologies.
It's like I hate to use a Bill Blur joke when he was talking about abortion. It's like he says, okay, if I put a cake in the oven, I'm baking the cake. The cake has to bake for 40 minutes. If you reach in there and grab it when it's at the 20-minute mark and then you throw it across the room, he'll say, hey, you just destroyed or killed my cake. The person could say, well, it wasn't a cake yet. Well, God damn it, it was gonna be. So when you ask that question, does it have the ability to make those decisions? I mean, not yet, but it was going to. Growing, that was developing, it was progressing towards that, versus an actual brain dead person who had those abilities to make that decision, and then he regressed to not being able to make those decisions. So it makes sense that somebody close to kin, with next loved ones, would make those decisions for him. But to just decide that a baby, and listen, I understand. Look, some people are pro-choice, and I get it. I'm just saying that I don't know how you could be that pro. I don't think you can be pro-black and pro-abortion. I still think you're running into a contradiction of some sort.
No, he's factually incorrect.
Okay.
just
Okay.
realized
Okay.
this.
Hold on.
Please.
Hold on. Wait. What is, okay. Now, real quick. What is he factually incorrect about?
Okay, if the baby, I've seen the event happen multiple times on video. Okay, so this man obviously have not. Okay, let me tell you. So I'm not going to say because I realize YouTube, blah, 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 all that scary stuff. Okay, fine. I've seen it. If you see it move to the right and you go after it on the right and it moves to the left, is that not a cognitive ability saying, I don't want what's happening to me to happen to me?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes or no?
Are you telling me that babies in the
It's
fetus,
running.
it will run from the abortion?
Yes, to instruments.
And
What
what
Tell me
about
now, you buddy, Mr.
and also,
Mister. Is that
what
cognitive
about when
ability?
the father? What about when the mother touches her stomach? When the father touches it, the child responds to the touch. You niggas are.
But I mean, the
empty
act
inside.
of what he's saying is not a
Pro-blacks
is a
are
choice.
empty inside. That's what
Okay,
you are.
listen to me.
No, he doesn't know. Let him answer.
Listen,
Give him a chance to answer what I just said. Come on, man.
I do not know what you have said to be
You've never seen it
factually
happen.
correct. Listen, I do not know what you said to
But
be
if I am,
factually
give me the chance. Say
Okay.
if I am. Let's just go off of if I am. Is
Listen,
that
here's what
not
I'm saying.
somebody running for their
There are
Mine
life?
is
certain-
factual.
listen.
Children always respond to
There are
touch.
certain
Respond to the
reflexes.
sound of their
Listen, there are
father.
certain things that happen.
But we're talking about this specific act that he justifies by saying they
Listen,
don't think.
this is
They're
what I'm
not
saying.
alive. They're not thinking.
I didn't
Come
say.
on, man.
Who said what? Stop. Now let's talk about putting words in people's mouths. I didn't say
You said
not
they're
alive.
not cognitive. You said they're not cognitive.
I said I did not say not alive.
You said not cognitive. I just said I didn't
They
say
said
alive,
they do
bro.
not have the cognitive ability to
cognitive.
make the difference.
He
Yes,
said-
Thank
okay,
you. You
I
said
did not say not alive.
All right,
So
all
is
right.
it cognitive
Because
ability?
my
if
entire
somebody's
point of saying that I believe in the right to die means I acknowledge this fetus
on.
is alive.
Come on, I didn't say that.
Like,
You're
right,
arguing a
yeah,
different
can I
point. You're
chime
moving the
in?
goalposts.
You
You're
are-
moving the goalposts.
All right, wait a
And
second. Wait a
also, this
second.
is
Wait a second. Hold
nonsense.
on. Like, I want to see if we can get them clear on this. If you saw the evidence that during that procedure, and I've never heard of this. This is all new to me too, so I am curious myself. But if you saw the evidence that during the procedure, the fetus is moving out the way, trying to move out the way of whatever is happening to it, does that change your position on the whole proposition of that?
Listen, that's something I'd be open to research on. Absolutely.
Thank you.
But the
That's all.
simple-
That's all
whoa,
we can
whoa,
do.
whoa,
You
whoa.
don't know me
The
from
simple
Adam.
fact-
You don't know me. I could be lying. So you go
Bruh,
research it,
bruh,
and you will see
let
it
me
for
get this,
yourself.
bruh. The simple fact that the child has the cognitive ability to respond to touch while in its mother's womb, respond to verbal interactions, usually with its father and its mother, respond to certain stimuli while it's in the womb, tells you it has cognitive abilities. You goddamn pro-blacks are
Bro,
empty
no, get a
inside.
man a chance, man. Get a man a chance.
Okay.
Bro, a chance. These niggas have had
Dude,
decades.
calm down,
to
bro.
formulate their
Listen, he
Hey,
said
hey,
he's
no, I'm
What
not-
have you built? Listen,
That's children's
what have
lives. He's
what have you
talking-
reality
listen,
deniers
this nigga
built?
talks
What
about-
institutions have you built for black people? Because you keep
Brother.
talking about
Whoa,
what
whoa,
the
whoa,
black
whoa,
have
whoa,
You gotta
let me-
build
What
it.
let me cover
institutions
this.
have you
Let me
built
cover
for
this.
black people? Please.
I'm the progenitor of the Black Manosphere meetup. We met in
Listen,
2021 in Atlanta. Almost 100 of us, black men.
I thought
We're
we
having
just
our
moved
next
the
one in
football
July.
forward, people. I thought we just moved the football forward. Didn't he just said he's willing to look into it, and if it's true, then he's willing to change his mind. Isn't this not what we're trying to do? You're
I'm
still
not.
attacking him for a
I-
point that
I'm
he's
not
willing
trying to
to
be
concede
friends
that
with
he
these
might be
guys.
willing to change about. Look at the man. Look
Bro,
at him.
I've been here for 4 years.
I
sir.
know, but you still on the attack
Sir,
mode,
sir.
bro. Just hit
I
the
have
hit the
been here for
brakes.
4 years.
Put the brakes.
Having
Oh,
these-
hey, you could be Jesus or
I
Father
didn't
Moses,
say I was
whoever. I don't
Jesus.
know you.
I said I've been
I'm talking
here
about
for
your
4
mannerisms, the
years.
way you're interacting is not proper,
Sir,
bro.
Sir, I
It
don't.
shows poor
That's your
manners.
opinion. That's
No,
your
it's not
opinion.
opinions, man. It's like the
You're
opinion of the
entitled
whole
to your
world,
opinion.
bro.
All
I have been in this space for 4 years asking these pro-blacks the same questions.
You don't have
and
proper
they
manners,
never have
man.
answers. They
You don't have
never
bloody
have
manners,
answers.
blood.
All right, just
You need to go to
let him.
school.
All right, I understand what you're saying, but let Nate finish his point here.
Like I said, I've been in this space for 4 years asking these questions. I literally 4 years ago on this same platform asked pro-blacks, I won't say their names, the same questions about abortion. Y'all have had 4 years to get your goddamn act together, and you still don't have it. You still can't answer the questions. You're more pissed
What do you want, a
off.
gold star?
You're more. I want you to shut up. That's what I'd like.
Like y'all agree with each other, so let's
Goddamn
chill.
pathetic ass.
I'm talking
weak
about
nigga.
manners.
There we go. All right,
No,
all
I
right,
don't
all
have
right,
no
all right,
manners
all right,
with these guys.
chill. All right. Listen, bruh.
VJ, I'm sorry. I will show my
manners. If I wanted to
Pardon
police
me.
his manners, I can.
Pardon me.
I
will
can police his
myself.
tone. I mean,
But as men, we have to talk to each other with respect, man.
Bro, you still doing it, man. Come on. Just go ahead, Nate.
Tell me how to interact.
Child. Somebody who's not emotional, you get real emotional.
The host can, I get emotional about 23 million dead children.
All right.
Okay. I get emotional about Black history. I get emotional about Black history.
Wait a minute. Will y'all stop? Will y'all stop? All right. VJ, you took it to the point where you're practically heckling him while he's talking at this point. I mean, yeah.
No. I my apologies.
I understand your point was made, and I understand your point. But I think if he just finished saying what he's saying, then it will be said and it will be done, and we'll be moving on. So go ahead.
I agree.
And the simple fact that, like I said on my show last night, Black women can be, certain segment of Black women in this space can promote the idea of murdering their sons. Black women are, and I'm not putting this on all Black women. Black women are writing rap songs, performing it in front of Planned Parenthood about murdering their children. The literal chorus is, I got murder on my mind. And these disgusting pro-Blacks do not address their wayward, monstrous fucking females that they're out here caping and fighting the white man on behalf of. Why don't you get your monsters in order? I'm not talking about Black women, I'm talking about the kind of Black women that are out here engaging in all this fuckery and destruction. You're so worried about the goddamn white man, your woman is completely out of order.
You're so scared of the white man. You're so scared of him.
God,
which is why, listen, you are. You're frightened. You're scared to death. Which is why, why all you have smoke for is Black women. Because that's why I called you a coward.
No,
because now we have here, listen, which is why you keep changing the subject. Because when we talk about things like
I'm going to
Pearly,
respond to your claim.
Listen, hold up.
You said when we talk about things like a Pearly, you keep
wanting to look at something else because you're scared. You are a coward. You are a coward.
Can I prove you wrong now?
Okay, right, go ahead, Nate.
I've had 2 channels struck down. Did a channel called The White Woman Is Not God. Did a stream, The White Woman Is Not God. There was a white man that called me a nigga in this space. I spent 3 hours tearing him to pieces. He's called the Snowman. Fucking gutted him. I told a couple of white women who had disrespected me in the space, I will make white woman stew out of you. Nigga, I don't run from anybody. I've done streams.
You're running now.
I've also done streams.
You're running right now.
I've done streams on white trash going on the Kavindra G show trying to date Black people. That made some white folks mad. Nigga, you don't know me, boy.
Is that your street
cred right now?
Ain't no coward here, little boy.
You're running right now. You're running right now. And you're running from a 25-year-old, 26-year-old white woman.
Nigga, I crushed you on the abortion debate. Shut up.
You're scared of her. You're scared.
I'm scared and I just gave you the stream I've done. Shut up, nigga.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal with that.
For a man, you're really
well, I know you can hear me. All right. Here's the deal with that whole y'all scared of the white man. Like, some of us don't lose sleep thinking about what white people are doing. Like, out in man world, like I look at it as their competitors that, yes, you go out, you roll up your sleeves, you compete, you economically compete with them. But scared, I don't lose sleep. I don't when the lightning thunderstorm and the lightning strike, I don't see a white man's shadow on my wall. So I don't even know what you're talking about. Scared of them. Like,
listen, how do people lose sleep?
To me, that makes no sense. My goal, what I want to do, I want to have vertical businesses, employ Black men, and compete in this world. So what are you talking about? Scared?
He's a clown.
Can I say something?
Like the whole notion of being scared is that it's like as if you're walking around with the invisible whip on your back thinking you're under attack. So and then when you see people who stand up straight like men and don't walk around, thinking that they got the invisible whip on them, you're saying they're scared. No, they're not scared. They're fucking men. So that
Mr. Riley, can you clarify what does he mean scared by? I have no idea what he's talking about.
These niggas have no idea.
I would like to understand.
Give us some examples, man. I'm trying to be reasonable here. I don't know what you're talking about.
The immediate example is that the discussion has been about Pearl. And
whose fault is that? Whose fault? Wait, time out. Whose fault is that? Because hold on. When the pro-Black man, Mr. Jason Black, broke the story, his attack wasn't on Nick Fuentes. It wasn't going at Nick Fuentes. It wasn't fighting against the white supremacy. It was going after not just Pearl, but he used that situation as an attempt to attack black men. So if anything, the person who thinks he's under attack or under the thumb of white supremacy didn't fight it. He fought black male content competitors.
Wait.
Who's the person who's really scared of something? The person that's just trying to rebel. The person who's trying to rebel rouse. The person who's trying to rebel rouse other black people to not like other black content creators. Right. But while claiming that white supremacy is his enemy. That's the person.
Listen, he called out people that he said was supporting this woman. That's what we called out.
I understand.
Do you agree?
He made a bullshit Marvel origin
story. But here's the point then. But then take a look at it.
Supported and lifted up and elevated by some black men who had a minimal connection with her. He did that. He used that opportunity to try to attack black men.
She did go on a black manosphere tour though.
Okay, so then that's
wait, hold on. This situation did make her connected to the black manosphere now, but prior to it,
over 5 months ago.
Prior to it, show me the evidence that she was really truly connected to the black.
Yes,
where she was. I have seen her on many of you guys' platforms. Like,
wait. Listen. I hate when I ask somebody a direct question and they try to answer, and I'm trying to hear the answer so I can do a follow-up question, and everybody start heckling the person. Okay,
my apologies. I need to talk about manners, right?
What the fuck? Why is people talking? Please. Okay, I asked a direct question. What is the evidence that she had some notable connection with the black manosphere? You said you've seen her on y'all's panels.
Many of you guys' panels.
Okay. Well, keep going. You're being vague.
I've seen her on Lapeef. I've seen her on
Lapeef.
Huh?
I know you said Lapeef, who's barely black man, who barely claims it. You know, they kind of claimed it when it was.
I mean,
I think they lightweight claimed it when it was cool when Kevin Samuels was alive. I don't know if they claim it now.
All right, but either way,
hold on. You got Lapeef, which she came on after that whole debacle with Hafiz, and she had like 600,000 subscribers at the time. So yeah, after she was already a big thing, they had like 70,000 subs. She had 600,000 subs. She was a one-time guest on their panel with 8 people. I don't think that's a strong connection to the black manosphere.
No, I mean, but
what else you got? What else you got?
What's your name, bro?
It's not just black. What's your name? I think it's just her connection.
What the fuck are you doing? Like, stop. When I ask somebody a question, y'all gotta let them answer it. Like, come on. All right, go ahead. All right. Other than Lapeef, what you got? Because that's barely minimal.
Really
that's minimal at best.
That's minimal
at best. What else you got?
I'm talking about her connection to black people in general. And
no. You said stop. You said she was on a lot of y'all's channels. You came up with Lapeef. That's barely black manosphere.
That's not barely black manosphere. It's very
okay. What else you got? Okay, what else you got? What else you got? Why? Come on, Nate. What else you got? I've been trying to pin people down on this one. What else you got?
Well, no, I know that she was connected to Kevin Samuels as well.
Okay, she bought a consultation like 300 other people. Okay, what else you got?
Okay, but what's it called? Wasn't she not in communication? Isn't she also intertwined with Anton Daniels?
I think they got cool after all of this stuff happened.
No, they were cool before that. It wasn't after this. It was before
and Anton Daniels' biggest claim to fame in this space was actually shitting on the space, saying the red pill is lying to you.
But that he's mostly aligned with y'all. Don't do that.
He's mostly aligned with y'all. Don't do that. Okay, whatever. I don't even think you got solid evidence that they was like super cool before this.
They were in connection. She's also cool. She's also very much cool. I mean, look at her show too. She has Auntie Jenny is not Auntie Jenny. You said
she was all on panels. I've already researched. You ain't even named the one good one. Okay,
bro.
When she got into hold on, bro, stop it.
Wait, you're trying
to people in the chat room saying Anton is technically not in the space. I mean, it's kind of he's on the periphery of it, kind of connected, you know. But either way,
how you're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not.
You're trying to like.
That whole stop it. That whole Lapeef sector is kind of its own thing, but because of the topics that's covered, it's some slight overlap. But either way it go, everybody who you are trying to implicate as being as some big part of what she became are people who she did connect with when she was on the way to 1 million, which means she got there without a true actual connection to the Black manosphere, which means Jason Black's bullshit story that started all of this stuff was a bunch of fake news.
Okay,
that part can't be denied.
Can I please finish my point that I'm trying to make? Let's take it away from just Black manosphere.
We can't hear what the other person's saying.
Okay, all right. You want to take it away from Black manosphere because you lost that argument. We're gonna move on. We're gonna come back to you.
You guys keep moving the goalposts, but let me articulate it in a different way.
Can I say something about that?
I know you want. I know. Hold on, wait, real quick. Black Wizard.
Come on, bro.
Hold on, wait, real quick.
Are you going to keep trying to just make points?
Real quick. Hold on. All right, Black Wizard did want to come up. I wanted to get past that abortion part of the discussion, but Black Wizard did come up. He super chatted something about that, and he wanted to come up especially for that. I'm going to read all the super chats real soon, but go ahead, Black Wizard. You said you wanted to make the connection between how you be pro-Black and pro-choice, because I don't think you could adequately be both of those things at the same time. But go ahead, you got it.
Ooh. Good.
You got to know I'm not, So I don't got it, dog.
Damn, man, you sound like you like on like the 5th floor of a building and the mic is like on the sidewalk.
Okay, can I just ask a question since he's like obviously in the elevator?
Right, hold on. Aaron was trying to. Oh yeah, but it's still like a slight echo.
Yeah, I want to just touch on the him Jason Black attacking the Black manosphere, because he named names. So he named like 3 people's names that all had associations with.
After the fact?
No, but he named their names. So like that's what I'm saying. So in other words, in terms of him attacking people, he attacked 3 people in specific, and one of them I think 2 of them disavowed her. One of them doubled down.
All right. Okay. Here's the deal with that. He basically made it manosphere wide. Whenever you heard him say the winosphere and she's their leader and she's this and she's that's he was talking about basically anybody who fits under the guise of the title loosely connected or directly connected as Black manosphere. That was who the attack. That's who the attack.
That's moving the goalpost.
Well, we can point to Obsidian. Because Obsidian,
I know that was the
this
one.
was Obsidian's second, his second.
I know that was the one that I was that's the one that I was trying to actually give him after she had that fallout with Hafiz, and it was some controversy surrounding that whole little situation there. That was when she first got connected to the Black manosphere, because that's when George Macon created the fake news and said she was woman king of the Black manosphere, and it was a bunch of stuff about that back then. But George Macon wasn't as big enough as Jason Black to really stir the controversy like that. But people were saying it back then, and then Obsidian reached out to her, and then she was on Obsidian's panel, and she had like 600,000 subs then. That was the Black manosphere first actually connection with her. Sometime after that, she went on Lapeef, and then sometime
I think she went on Lapeef before that. Yeah, she did Lapeef before.
Okay, good. She went on Lapeef.
And here's what I want to point out about that.
Good. She went on Lapeef right before that. Or the 2 were kind of connected. That was so either way it goes. She got herself built to 600,000 subs before she even dipped her toe into the Black manosphere, and then left and did her own thing. Got another 600,000 subs. Got like 1.
I mean, no, but that's inaccurate because
got like 1.3 million subs, and then this controversy happened, and then this controversy happened, and then now her toe is dipped back into it by force through some fake news.
But I think that's inaccurate because she had already consulted with Kevin. She had already.
Okay, all right. Time out.
Stop. Let me just. Because this goes to her strategy.
That argument is bullshit for this.
No, this goes to her content strategy.
Let me strategy.
Her content strategy.
Listen,
she's targeting somebody.
Brother,
she's targeting an audience.
The YouTube do you realize for like a year and a half, Kevin Samuels was doing 2 to 3 consultations per day. She took a number and got in line.
I'm not blaming him.
That
was her intention.
Bruh.
I'm not saying he did something
more content with Black creators than she has white creators. I'm asking that.
She did a consultation and got YouTube
Name me
advice.
5 white content creators she's
got
doing.
Rollo Tomasi. And Donovan
And
Charles.
he kicked her to the curb. Listen, this is the point. Rolo saw what she was doing and says, "Get out of here!" Like, no, you're gone.
Rolo kicked her to the curb when she got too big. That's
no,
what happened.
Rolo's like she said that Rolo for some reason, stopped mentoring her. Number one, the question we have to ask is why a so-called traditional woman has a man as a mentor.
She had Rolo as a mentor, but she got in line and took a consultation with Kevin Samuels. It sounds like a mentor.
After Rolo kicked her to the curb.
Okay, so Rolo helped her along the way, then more than the black man that y'all are trying to charge up with it.
This is what I'm saying is I'm not trying to charge it with anything. I'm saying she had a coordinated strategy. She targeted a black audience. So this is what I'm saying. The general manosphere said, we don't want to deal with you.
She targeted a black audience, but she doesn't even have a black audience now.
Okay, listen.
You go look at when Kevin Samuels was live, his chat room, everybody in the chat, everybody super chatting $100. Everybody there was black, and most of them black men. Go look at her live chat. You're gonna
look at who's defending her right now.
No, I'm not defending
over the past
her.
2 weeks. I'm not just talking about you. I'm saying
wait, you got to quit interrupting me. I said, go look at her chat right now. You're going to see mostly white people, and go to any one of her live shows. Don't pick the one where she had MTR on there because some of his audience probably came over. Go scroll down to the middle somewhere. Pick one of her live shows because I did this for research purposes, and I just looked, and for every avatar with a face on it, it was 7 to 8 white ones before I saw one black one.
That's her research purposes. She
does not have a majority or primary black audience. She has a general YouTube audience. Like that is,
but she's marketing to black folks.
The only people that's defending her are black people and predominantly black males.
Because the controversy was started by a black man who tried to attack other black men for their bullshit, barely even connection with her. And
then that would be the end of the discussion. All you would have to say is, we're not connected to her. The fact that people
her.
No, you're trying to separate the act. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. But you was willing to accept that if what this man just said, which I got a life, bro. I don't know all these details, but if what he said is true, you were willing to accept that maybe this dude's intentions were wrong. You said that.
What? Who? Jason Black?
The gentleman, who's this dude that the one that was yelling the whole time? Sound like a dog on WWF, man. What's his name?
Oh, okay.
Better than you. That's
sound like an old
Better
preacher.
Better than you. That's my name. Better than you. That's my name.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Guy with the golden voice. Thank you.
Yeah, the one who thinks he has a golden voice. But listen,
no, I've been told
that voice is amazing.
Wrong, I've been told that. Thank you.
But this dude, let's be straight up. If this dude is doing it for nefarious intentions, like we're willing to accept, and you seem like you're willing to accept, then everything coming out of his mouth is BS. All his intentions are wrong. And like a lot of ladies that was in the red pill space that I had a lot of respect for, forget the tattoos and how they dress, all of a sudden jumped on the bandwagon because they was already salty about this white girl. It had nothing to do with nothing else.
Back in 5 months ago, 5 months ago, she got called out for being a liar. Because she went on the piece, and this is really where the controversy went on. She went on the piece. B. Taylor asked her straight up, "Why are you talking about black issues?" She lied and said, "I don't talk about black issues." She blatantly lied.
What is
wait, time out.
When did she talk about black issues?
Yes,
reparations. What are y'all talking about, bro?
I am yet to find. Well, no, I actually found one. It was actually hard to find.
There was a bunch. There were series of that.
Hold on. When I see that, I see them having like the Western woman, modern woman, feminism, Western woman conversation. I don't see a conversation about black
modern women.
Because I related the relations, like for example, I related the relationship conversation. I related it to the damn Great Society Act and how welfare affects families today, and Jim Crow, how they actually built back that a lot of people don't notice, they actually built back a lot of what was destroyed in terms of Black Wall Street, but it didn't matter that they built it back, because when they thought the white people ice was colder after civil rights legislation was passed, and they can go and eat at a white person's place or buy from a white person.
No, it was urban renewal.
And all those businesses failed, and that's why we don't have proper black businesses, and that's connected.
I would disagree with
that's
that
connected to welfare, and that's part of the reason why the family structure and all of that is fucked up and everything. Like, that's the black discussion about black relationships. They're talking about modern woman bullshit
Yes.
over there. That's not a black discussion.
No,
that's why I'm saying a lot of this shit is manufactured, engineered, fake news.
No, she actually admitted it.
She's having
number one, she admitted
she's having conversations at times with black people about broader subjects about the dynamic between male and female and the problem with relationships. So what she's suggesting is she can't have those broad conversations with black people at times. She's like, I only have them with white people, according to you hoteps.
With Nigerian immigrants who don't even refer to themselves as black, she can't have that discussion.
A bunch of Nigerians do refer to themselves as black.
No, the bunch
a bunch of people in that. Listen,
but the ones on the panel do not.
Then why do the titles? Because she had to remove titles.
But the ones on the
she removed titles from her channel. She removed titles that said black woman.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if many Nigerians.
No, I'm not listening. I can't see your name, bro. That's why I asked Mr. Riley. I was asking what was his name. I couldn't see his name. I don't know what his name is. My name is VJ.
Which one?
The gentleman that's talking now, the one in the center.
Aaron.
Aaron. My apologies, Aaron. That's why Mr. Riley, I was asking, because I was saying, what's your name? I like, hey, you, dude. Anyway, so for two, it seems like you're pretty reasonable. Okay. Now, this issue with the number one reason I saw is, are black people known for being tardy as a social norm, as a social mores? Is that true? Is that something that's generally true or not? I'm asking you, Aaron.
I don't believe that to be true.
Where you come from?
Huh? Bronx.
Where you from, bro?
Bronx.
You from where?
The Bronx.
The Bronx. So in the Bronx, you went to the Bronx churches?
Not really.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you that question is this. I've been in church 23 years. Own fact that black people, especially black churches, are known for being late. It's a fact. I worked with the ushers, I work with the deacons, I work with the elders, so forth and so on. It's a known fact here in Houston, Texas, in the United States. And I've been around the country as well. You know that, right? Or you don't know that?
Why is that relevant? I'm trying to figure out.
Because the point is that the reason why it seemed like everybody got so upset with this woman after this Italian guy admitted that Italians are known for being late. Nobody talks about that, right? Nobody wants to talk about it. He comes in saying, I'm Italian and I'm known for being late.
I think,
and then he turned around
it's a running gag on my show that I'm always on CP time.
No, this is what I also heard on Bernard's show them say how Nigerians are more successful academically. They're more successful as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. They gravitate more towards difficult disciplines academically. We've all conceded to that. But when it's talked about between a couple of white folks, it's racism.
Yeah, you can't talk about it.
Guys, we're going on a tangent that's not necessary. Look, I think you guys missed the joke there, right? He's an Italian guy, right? What did Italians have under Mussolini?
Yeah.
Fascism. There's a joke. There's an old joke that goes that they would tolerate fascism because it kept the chains running on time.
You educated.
Wait, also too, we can't act like there's certain things that can be said amongst family when you're amongst people of your own, that if someone else said it about you, you're going to say, what are you talking about? It's a family thing. We do not take jokes that we make as a culture and then have someone else say it. No, that's a problem because
this is not a major issue.
Why are you making?
I can actually agree with you on that, and that's why I'm of the view that she shouldn't have covered the shit. It was stupid, but for me, it starts there. For me, it starts there. It ends there. It only became a thing because somebody went with the exaggerated claim. It only went there because somebody went with the exaggerated claim that his black YouTube competitors uplift, follow, and is led by her. And shame on all of you for listening to her. And shame on everybody for being connected to her.
Queen.
And he basically just wanted to, start like a little fake bullshit civil war and get everybody to dislike the black manosphere. It was fake news that everybody fell for. Real quick, let me get to the super chats before
Aaron thinking.
I go on. I go any further. Let me get to the super chat. Shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Appreciate each and every one of you. Who we got in here? Java Joe in the building says it should be obvious, but Pew Research did a poll that 80% of white people are against reparations. Okay, yeah, we already read that one. Go to the next. Number 16 in the building says, why must... Okay, we already read that one. Go to the next one. I'm glad he had a typo in there. Darren Jones, exactly, like-minded men. We did that one. We must got shout out to Darren Jones. Appreciate you, super chat. Go to the next one. All right, nope. We already read that one, but shout out to James Wingate. Do appreciate you. David Johnson. This ain't the David Johnson. This is another David Johnson. This don't look like, because I know the David Johnson I know type in all caps. But anyway, he says your birth certificates would have to say black to receive reparations. That takes care of the confusion. No,
check and mate.
Genetic testing.
Let reparations get on the table. It's going to be a lot of non-black people changing their birth certificate identity. But anyway, Woke Quill in the building says, how is Pura impacting your real life? She's not.
Well, no,
she's not even impacting my YouTube life.
Yeah, she is.
All right.
I think it's two black men.
All right. Shout out to AM1 says, please don't take my victimhood away from me. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Cuban Libertarian says, creating racial tension. See a critical race theory. CTI. Wait, no. Okay. Okay. All right. CRT. Yeah, I see what you did there. Freeman's Journal in the building says, LOL, look at him get animated. This is hilarious. Suburban Negroes has a real enemy. Where is his real enemy? Whole Foods. Yeah, I mean, that's
Mr. Riley. One of the things I don't know if you guys noticed, the genetic testing is not that hard to do, and it's not a large group of people. Everybody keeps talking about like it's so hard. No, it's not. Forget about birth certificates. The problem is there's a whole group of people known as Melungeon. They were the people that mixed with from the time of the colonial period. There's a book called The Birth of Black America. I've read it. I've actually spoken to the author of the book. And it shows that blacks were marrying white women. It's all in the colonial records, dude. The whole history, this lie about slavery, everybody was getting their head chopped off and being ripped apart by mules and all this stuff. Man, listen, I've done the research, dude. It's BS, man. It wasn't until the second wave of slavery, chattel slavery, when that happened. But the Melungeons were a mixture of Indians, whites, and blacks. They came to to Louisiana and made a pledge to hide their identity. The dude, Jim Haysaw, he's a white man. He had a genetic problem. He was like, how do I have this problem? I don't understand. He went to his family members, come to find out it was Negro. He had Negro in his genetics and he didn't know it. So his auntie and old family members told him, shut up, never talk about this. So there's a whole bunch of high yellow folks that ran to Louisiana and all around the country that are black, but they're a percentage of black. I think if you're 85% Negro and you're American, you have proof that you're Black American, it's going to be a small group of people. Pay them people their money, man. They promised them what they promised them. I've done the research. I saw what happened during a period of time. It's a small group of people. Just get them what they owe them.
No, I understand what you're saying, but see here, this is where it gets weird. You arbitrarily put it at 85%. What about the person that got 84.5?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, okay, let me put it this way. There's a lot of folks, and look, you see me, right? I'm blue black. Okay, I ain't never had a chance to pass. Okay, when I came out from the Caribbean, so I'm not even talking about money for me, bro. My people got freed by a Christian man, William Wilberforce, who fought his whole life, and there was a dude who got pissed off that I said that on one of the Manosphere's blogs. And I said, no, dude, you can't disrespect that man. He was a Christian man that committed his life to free the blacks in the British Isles. That's why blacks are slaves and we didn't have to go through the Civil War. Give him his props. It was because of his Christian faith. And so the point being is, now moving forward, we're dealing with all this stuff about racism, and most blacks don't even understand, dude. The history of Black America has been clouded in all kind of propaganda and BS. And if you don't do the research yourself and do the hard work and be a student and study, you're not going to know. You're just going to sit here and be mad at the world, dude. And we
wait a minute, it has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with racism. The fact that people still bring up the word racism this far back in the future, you're dealing with the nature of a people that we still try to say is some type of ism as if they can change it. Look at the quality of what your people are within the society. I don't give a damn who the fuck we are up in this bitch right now.
No, I agree with you.
How is the current United States, what is the social worth of black people within the current United States? They're already projecting that niggas ain't gonna be worth nothing, so-called what, 2050, right? So look at that.
I don't want you to think I fell off that. No, hold on. Let me answer it. I don't want to fall off that other side of the horse either. I agree.
It don't matter what they say. What they say we're going to be worth. Their measurement of us means nothing. It's our measurement of us, which is supposed to direct our life.
No, I agree with you. There's a book. There's a woman that worked for the NAACP. It's called The New Jim Crow. Dude, I couldn't even finish the book, man. They made laws to criminalize everything black men did to put them in jail and put them on the chain gangs. I know what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing.
So are you surprised? Are you surprised that they did that?
No, I'm not surprised because the point. Listen, I agree with you on the point. There's nuances and there's balance. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes we fall off on one side of the horse and off the other side of the horse, and we need to stay on the horse. Damn it! And I'm just saying, like,
what is the horse though? Because this conversation getting a little too black.
To me, it's success for the black family, success for the black home.
But wait. I want to talk about what that brother said. He read that book and he saw all the laws, and there's a bunch of different things that you could go on and on. But on this panel, they would say, "Well, whose fault is that? What's the call? What's wrong with that?"
Say that.
No. I said whose fault is it?
No, but when
no. I said it.
No, but when people,
let me clarify.
Let me finish my point, brother.
Let me clarify.
But no. You don't have to clarify right now. Let me finish the point.
Please.
What I want to say is that on many times people talk about the things that are happening to black people today, and all of that stuff is literally black people. Ruby Bridges, I think her name is. I may be getting her name wrong. The little girl that was being seen, that was there when desegregation stopped. She's still alive. Like, these things have been going on for centuries and years. So to act like in 50 years, why black people ain't where they're supposed to be? Because we literally had slavery, you had Jim Crow. If you look at the reparations, if you look at the list,
all of that. Nobody's arguing against that. Nobody's arguing against that. What people?
Let him finish his point.
Why are you muting me?
I'm muted because I think you said what you said, and I want to hear what Judge got to say.
I didn't finish my point.
What most people are arguing against is those people who are saying that they can't learn math because of slavery.
No one's saying that dumb shit.
And also,
they do.
Who the fuck says
you're not taking into account.
All right. Time out. We've segued, and hold on, real quick. And I don't mind it. I like when the super chats cause debate. So that's what they're for. But shout out to number 16 in the building. He says black people should get over it, but have to tiptoe around talking about the small hats. I don't like that. Sometimes I do just say Jews, but the people that really go in on them, they have a way of losing their channels. So it's one thing to say get over it, but it's another thing when one group, like, and I said, okay, I basically earlier in the show, I called them some pussies, but they do got power to basically be pussies. I mean, they do dirty shit. They do dirty shit. But it is what it is. I ain't about to fuck up my channel talking about it.
Look,
they do dirty shit, but I do think
wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove.
But they won the success of the Olympics and the Victim Olympics, so they play the victim better than anybody, and they own Kyrie Irving's contract.
Can't win.
So they
can't win.
They can play victim and abuse the power. So it's like that's the position that we should. That's the position that we should thrive to be in.
Am I correct?
I'm still
sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Riley.
I still got it here, but that's the position that we should thrive to be in. But he said about the small hats to not get disciplined or risk a channel. Funny how one victimhood is stronger than others. Yeah, if you play in the victim and you got the power, then that's what they do.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean the idea is to try to become more powerful. That's the idea.
Independent.
You may not succeed at it, but goddamn, I mean, I hate to quote a damn rapper, but I mean the whole thing, gain more power or die trying. I'm not gonna quote 50 Cent album, but yeah, I know what I'm saying. But Sir Tights in the building says the fact this dude equated child deletion to being unwanted when he knows good and well the bulk are done for what is
birth control.
It's done for
birth control purposes. Stop the cap. Also, save the lame bootlicking comments. Be more creative. All right, on to the next one. On to the next. Black Wizard in the building says, here's the logic. If you are saying Pearl is a white supremacist, any affiliation or support of her content is degrading. If Margaret Sanger was a white supremacist and eugenicist, why do you support abortion? That
brilliant.
That's a good question.
That's brilliant.
You want me?
Brilliant.
Can I? Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. Are we passing it to Aaron? Put that one back up there. Aaron, I want that question on the board. Why answer?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous question because that's like saying, because we disagree with Pearl, why do we support YouTube? Like Pearl didn't create YouTube, just like Margaret Sanger didn't create abortion. Like that's a ridiculous argument. Listen,
she created
Planned
Parenthood. She created
Parenthood.
Black neighborhoods.
Planned Parenthood is one organization. I'm not supporting Planned Parenthood.
Wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm not supporting
You're
Planned
not
Parenthood.
analyzing. You're not analyzing the act. You're analyzing
Put
the
in Black
intention.
neighborhoods, bro.
You
Look at the
analyzing the
numbers. Go look at the
intention.
data.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, brother.
Dance.
Hold up, brother. Hold up, brother.
Come on,
You're
bro.
You're analyzing the intention, Aaron. You're not
Where are you
analyzing the
going with
act
this?
because
Where you
all
going with
nation
this?
is going to
He's
have
meditating.
to
Let him
weigh
meditate.
this at some point in time.
Come on, bro.
You know
Come
what
on,
I'm saying?
Aaron.
Especially when it comes to the whole
No, y'all just
women's
keep
health
saying
thing,
dumb shit.
and the fact that
No, he
feminism
right. He
is
understand what we saying.
Yo,
Hold on,
bro.
guys,
Hey,
guys,
bro. Let
guys.
me talk. You background or
please.
something, cuz? All right. So the thing
Yeah,
is,
no, he
with
has.
the-
He like cosign and hype man when people be talking. It's like it's like
Y'all do
the
the
same
same thing.
speaker. I can't hear both people at the
don't
same
need no
time.
help. I don't need no help. So the thing is, with the way that feminism is becoming a culture amongst women, they are going to have to talk about abortion at some point in time, right? Do you agree with that, Aaron?
About what?
They're going to have.
Them
They're going to
talking
be
about
speak. They're going. Yes, they're going to be speak. They're going to be talks about abortion, right? You agree with the objectivity of there merely being talks about abortion, right? You agree with that?
That they talk about it?
Yes.
Oh, good Lord.
Come on,
Yeah,
son,
I-
dog. Keep up.
I have no
Keep
problem
up.
people talking about it.
Okay, cool,
Listen,
cool. Now,
listen,
what?
be-
Now,
be-
you
be
listen to me. Let me
precise.
finish. Here's the precision. You're looking at the
oh my
intention.
goodness.
The
Listen,
fact that you
I'm
are
honestly
supporting something where Black Wizard can show
I
you
like
what
you,
the
man. I like you, Aaron.
historical intention was. If you
But I
know
think you
about
see that
Margaret
you might have
Sanger,
misunderstood.
bro,
Their
what are you
intention-
doing?
Time out.
Mute up, man. What are you, cuz? You all right, man?
JP or VJ? It's weird when somebody is talking and then you're just you're not even adding to the conversation right there. You're just throwing in little 3-word phrases while people are talking.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's
No, I'll stop. Just thank you for letting me know.
You're stopping us from hearing the person who's talking.
I'll do my inner voice.
You must be a
You're
cancer
doing it
or
now.
something.
It's like it's like you got like some kind of Tourette or like some blurt out. Yeah, it's like all right. I'm used to people interrupting when they disagree or want to counter. You just be blah 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 blah. Just saying nothing. All right, my bad.
Just use the mute key.
Nah, I'm gonna let him talk. He got something to say. Go
on
ahead,
my
bro.
phone.
Yeah, it's like he just keep giving us his thought. Every thought. We gotta hear it. We gotta hear the thought. We gotta hear the thought. All right, go ahead. Roguish. I think that's Roguish the Bill Monger.
Nah, he got some thoughts. Let's let him share it. Let's go ahead add to it, cuz.
You got it. No, okay.
All right, so
Well,
my
the
thing
gentleman said to me earlier, he took issue with me saying whose fault is that? Can I address that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's our fault. Okay, it's not racism's fault. Let me tell you why. Bill Moyers in 1986, it's a pretty well-known clip. A lot of people have seen it. Interviewed several teenage Black moms in Newark, New Jersey in 1986. And he asked them a series of questions. One of the questions is, do you want to be married to your baby's father? Of all the girls that were there, these are teenage moms on welfare, only one said yes. All the girls had very detailed, cogent, comprehensive reasons why they didn't want to be married, why they didn't want a family. Okay? That's not white supremacism. Okay? That's Black people making decisions. These young ladies being raised by their single mothers who opted not to be with the best of men or not qualify for those men. Okay? Having babies who are now 16, 15, having their own children, and this destructive cycle continues for the last 3 generations in Black American history. Okay?
I saw that as well.
It's horrible.
Would you attest that to feminism?
Go watch that interview Bill Moyers.
Will you attest that to
how do you define the best of men?
I understand you don't want to attest it to white supremacy, but will you attest it to feminism, a subculture? Of supremacy?
Absolutely, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, but I want to say, like, taking a clip, I want you to understand that taking a clip that you saw of 5 Black women that were talking about
more than 5.
Okay, 6, 7, great. Taking a clip from 1986
of
them talking about something that's almost 40 years ago and say that's the reason why Black people are where they are. I want you to know that statement is ridiculous.
That clip is a microcosm of a much broader problem throughout Black America, sir.
But it's not. But it's not.
Think
But
of
it's
it
not.
like this.
If you literally look at the list that San Francisco is doing now of why they're giving black people, or they're proposing to give black people reparations. Look at that list of the many things that they're responding to, whether it's healthcare atrocities, eminent domain, black people houses being taken from them, housing discrimination.
Sir,
That's another thing. See, that's another thing. You guys are lying and saying
all right, go ahead, hood server. Hold on. We're gonna wait. Time out. We're gonna go. Hold on. We're gonna go to hood server. Hood server's trying to jump in. He ain't said nothing in a while. We're gonna go to hood server. What was you gonna say about the San Francisco thing?
No, I'm saying that you bringing up San Francisco as a slavery reparations argument, but they are a shining example of how much the slavery reparations thing is a scam and a grift, because California was never a slave state. And the people in California can't say they were slaves in California. They had descendants of slaves in California. So like now it just becomes a giant wish list. So yeah, they have a crazy wish list in San Francisco when it comes to reparations. Some nigga said he wants a tractor.
It's literally a response. They're literally listing things that historically have happened to black people. Even if they did not happen in California, they happened across the country.
Whoa, sir. All these atrocities that you're talking about.
Why is California responsible for something that happened in Louisiana?
But it has nothing to do with the fact that all these things contribute to the reason why black people are in the position they are today.
Sir, can you give me all these atrocities that you say is listed in this list of reasons why? Do you have a specific number of black people who suffered them? Because there's like 45 million black people. What maybe point something percent?
There is never going to be a specific number.
So that's
all right. So for anyone to even ask for another specific number, that shit is offensive. All right. You know that they don't interact with black people in actual numbers. Come on now. They don't.
Not a clarification.
A great majority of black people have gone through all these different things.
When it comes to the condition of black people within this society, it has nothing to do.
Hold up,
brother.
Show you how both of y'all.
No, hold up, brother. Wait. Come on. Let the volley go.
And black women's decision to destroy the black family. And are we all correct on that? We all agree. No, wait a minute. You don't think that's what he's talking about?
This is the thing. You're weighing this wrong. You're weighing this as if the system is supposed to be for you. All of y'all are weighing this as if the system's supposed to be for you when historically it never has been. So the issue ain't no fucking Moynihan or nothing like that. The issue is black people not reassessing their social value.
Jim Crow is showing where they took a lot of these houses.
Fuck that new Jim Crow shit. You expect these motherfuckers to value you? You expect them to not? This is how they operate. Get the fuck out of here. So they supposed to be doing it right. They're supposed to be doing it in our benefit. Oh, the law's supposed to be on our side. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all want these devils to not be no fucking devils, and that's your issue.
This current iteration of the system,
clown ass niggas, get the fuck out of here. Y'all want these motherfuckers to be all that fucking Christian and Jesus and all that old shit, and they've been the same. They've been since day one.
All right, everybody stop.
Fuck out of here.
Everybody, dude, you heard me say stop. Come on, man. All right. Put up the next one. I didn't even get through them. I don't mind segues and everything, but pull up the next one that we was on, and then we'll try to refocus the conversation real quick. But shout out to Deacon Dave in the building. He says women don't even know what they want to eat, but he supports them deciding who lives or who dies. Niggas are lost. On to the next one. Freeman Journal in the building says, can Whole Foods Negro tell us about the oppression from his real enemy? Support black.
Okay, so Friedman.
Real quick, you got.
Okay, so Friedman, I'm not. I don't live in the suburbs. Born and raised in the Bronx. Lived here for majority of my life.
Go to the next one. Go to the next super chat. All right, go ahead. Aaron.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wear this.
Lie. Thank you.
What?
Go back one. Right there. Okay. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah. I just wear this shirt for purposes of looking presentable.
The Bronx.
A quote unquote. You know,
a lot of white supremacy in the Bronx, isn't it?
If the system
actually, when you look at things like the way they built the highways and overpasses, yes, there was a lot of racism.
They built white supremacy right into the roads.
Oh yes, you see, listen, because here's the thing. Somebody tweeted about when Pete Buttigieg said the highways were racist, and you had a bunch of right-wing organizations laughing, and then they had to come with the facts. And even on Fox News, they was like, well, actually, You know, so what Bernard had talked about earlier with Black Wall Street. You know what killed Black Wall Street? Urban renewal. They built highways through affluent black areas. They did this intentionally all over the country. They built overpasses and infrastructure.
That's not what killed Black Wall Street.
That's exactly
real
what
quick.
killed Black
Everybody
Wall
stop. Everybody stop. Are you
I'm
saying
from Tulsa, motherfucker?
Hold on. I said everybody stop. So you're saying during Jim Crow, when they built the highways, roads, and byways and all that stuff through black neighborhoods or black areas where it was black businesses and all of that, and that's what killed a lot of black businesses, and they never were recompensated for that land and whatnot. That's the argument.
I'm saying they used urban renewal to destroy black wealth.
Okay, all right, okay, good. Now, where I'm at with that,
yes,
because when it comes to reparations for stuff that happened during Jim Crow, where things were taken from black people and where they were never were compensated for it, and it's families that still got record of what was lost, by all means, they deserve reparations from that. That is a open shut case argument.
Not open shut.
I support their fight because eminent domain is still a thing. Like if they want to build a highway through my neighborhood, and then they got to, my house is right in the way of it. Okay, they got to pay me the value of my house. That's how it works.
Well, hold on, Bernard. How is eminent domain a part of black reparations when eminent domain happens to anybody?
Everybody.
There are entire towns.
Wait a minute. Here's the question. Wait, stop. So my point on this one is, if eminent domain, which happens to everybody, but somebody can prove that the government enacted some eminent domain and they lost their shit, I think they should be able to go to the government and say, hey, we lost our shit. Give us, compensate us for our shit that was taken. That doesn't mean every single person with some West African DNA running through their veins that's walking around on American soil should get $1 million check.
It's more targeted than that.
That's when reparations turn into like a Santa Claus wish list and not actual reparations in the context that people normally get it when a government takes something from them and the government has to restore it, has to repair it. Thus the word reparations. So that's why Jim Crow, the stuff that happened during Jim Crow, is the best argument for reparations, but they're not making that argument. They essentially are making the Santa Claus wish list. We all want 5 million because we black.
Actually, so here's the thing I want to point out about the reparations. They're actually doing studies. So they're talking about stuff that happened in California because California can only be liable for what happened in California. So they're talking about specific things that California did. And you would have to then prove that your families were descendants of California citizens. And they actually are making, in terms of anybody who's black, there's specific arguments about that saying, no, it has to be based on lineage. Because if we say it's all black people, then of course it's going to be struck down as being violating Civil Rights Act. So it's going to be based on lineage, people who are descendants of people that were affected by these atrocities.
I understand what Aaron's saying, but that's not my argument. My argument is more legal, it's more specific, and it's more targeted. It's not just as general as what you're saying, Mr. Rowley. If it was that general, then that's very hard to prove, and it just seems to be a shotgun way of dealing with the issue. The lawyer with the book, The New Jim Crow, she shows that it was written in foundational law. Look, if the foundation is corrupted and it's been shown, it can be shown legally, had been targeting a particular group of people as a way of life, then that's a foundational issue. That's why I agree with the brothers that say it's a whole foundation. If it's been built on corruption to essentially hamstring the black man, then you can't ignore that.
You're now moving.
I agree with you.
You're dealing with something that's built on corruption. You're dealing with something that wasn't built for you.
You're moving from the tangible to the intangible now.
I'm talking about law. I'm not talking about tangibility. I'm talking about legal action.
Let me explain why. So on the one hand, and I totally support the Bernard Riley position on this. It's kind of the logic I worked out as well. If you got people who can make an actual case, they have documents or whatever that'll stand up in the court, and you can go back and say during Jim Crow, such and such happened to this property, and I can prove it, and here's the records or whatever. Make the case. I will not stand in your way. I won't say anything bad about it, right? However, that is by definition going to limit itself to a certain segment of the black population. What you then respond with is say, no, the whole legal system at that time was wrong, and that's why you kind of have to like give everybody a check. Now you're
No,
moving
no,
into
no.
the
That's not my
intangible because
position.
how do you actually go from the legal system is bad to everybody gets a check
That's not my position.
or
That's not my
anybody
position.
gets a check for that matter?
It would
But
be
that's not my
descendants of
position.
those people.
But that's
It
not my
wouldn't be
position.
everybody.
No, I'm talking
wait, time out. All right, listen. I need y'all to do better. Okay. Hood Servative responded directly to him. All right. After Hood Servative said what he said, the guy said, whoever was talking said, that's not my position.
That's not my position.
Nobody else needs to say anything because we want to hear him state his position. Yeah, but to argue with him about what his position was, let him state it. Like after Hood Servative said that, and he said, not my position, I heard 8 voices. Like, come on, let the man. Okay, go ahead. What's your position?
Appreciate it. Okay, so my position is this. Legally speaking, if you do something, I'll make it as general as possible. If you see a bunch of, let's just say, newly freed slaves hanging on the block, right? And you make jaywalking or you make loitering illegal, and you give them a mandatory 5-month stint in the
This is a metaphor, sir. This is
really what happened. No, it's not a metaphor.
No, you're answering a factual proposition with a metaphor.
Let's see where it's going. Let's see where it's going. Let's see where it's going.
I'm gonna tell you where I learned this from. I learned it from Southern white folks. Okay, my Christian brethren. They taught me this.
Stay right on the path. Stay right on the path.
Yes, I want to get back on the path. I'm telling you, but it's legally speaking what happened. Okay, so the point being was this: is that the book, the new Jim Crow shows that they were actively targeting behavior of black folks and using that as a way to pass laws that would throw them in jail. Dude, it's shown, it's all in the black and white in the law, man. I'm not telling you my opinion or my feelings. It's all shown. Go read the book, bro. I'm telling you the name of the book.
The question was not about what a book said, and the question was not about your feelings on the matter. The question is, how do you go, legally speaking, in a very specific, particular manner? Because the checks don't go to just black people. The checks will go to a specific person for a specific reason. How do you draw the line from that so-called event to that specific person?
I only believe in reparations when it deals with like slavery. I don't believe in. Look. Okay, if you're talking about, I want to clarify. I don't believe that. I don't know if you think I'm hearing what you're saying, and you think I believe like every black person who's ever been. Because
you're thinking and speaking in metaphors, and that's the problem. I'm asking you to have a
action.
Logic. So how do you intend to take that legal action?
But no. I'm not telling you my
on whose behalf, for what amount, for what event. That's how you.
I think I can answer that, Hood.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead.
Because in my reference, all of these places had chambers of commerce, right? To establish veracity on what they're saying for redlining, redistricting, eminent domain, and the decisions behind them. They had chambers of commerce. Those chambers of commerce kept minutes. So there is a record of the reasoning and designing of how and why things were done. And if that adds up to somebody being disenfranchised, you have a chain of evidence for that, for somebody to be
that at all. That part is never undisputed by me. This is what I'm questioning. I'm not even disputing. I'm asking you to lay something out here. So maybe I'll dispute it after you lay it out. How do you go from that reality to this person 50 years later owes money? Not even 50. We're talking about almost 75 or 100.
I can help you out with that.
150.
That's the question, right?
No,
so that
I can help you out with that.
I
can help you out with that. So this is what they're talking about, and I understand what they're talking about because jail is.
Who's the question given to?
Don't worry about it. Because jail is slavery, right?
No, okay. So you're asking me.
Hold on, ain't nobody.
I turned the volume.
Bro. Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Dirty folks.
Please dropping people. Let the man talk.
No, I was listening. because the gentleman with the eye.
Just say yes. Just say yes.
Folks was just. I just let the man talk.
Okay. No, I'm just because you was the gentleman with the eye, the Godzilla eye was talking, and then you responded. So I thought y'all were talking to each other. Were you speaking to me?
No, I'm speaking in general. Just chill, bro.
That's why I want to make sure. I thought y'all were talking to each other. I didn't think you were talking to me.
Bro, I got you, bro. You gonna get the time.
I just want to make sure if you can ask the question again, I'll make it specific to me. But I was just listening to you guys talk.
You on the spectrum, cuz?
I think so. I really do, bro. I think so. I think that's what's going on here.
No, I was listening to you guys talk. I was being attentive.
I hear you.
Everybody was listening to everybody talk, and we can just listen. And
okay, so here's the thing.
No, it was good. So Hood Servative. My apologies. I see Hood Servative because it says Hood Servative. You were asking me a question. Can you repeat that, please?
I know he
No,
wasn't asking.
I don't want to
Yes,
do that. I want Dirty Folks to finish his statement. I'm going to allow Dirty Folks the time you're giving me. Thank you, Dirty Folks. Continue.
All right. When it comes to documentation, right? You can track documentation and make reparations.
Who's Dirty Folks?
For instance,
He literally will not be quiet.
For instance,
I'm listening. He's saying Dirty Folks. Let me turn the volume. Look, I got my volume through my speaker, and I'm trying not to have it up too loud. But he's saying
Mute, man. Mute, bro.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I seriously think he lacks the ability to think a thought. I think if a thought is in his head, he must speak it. I've never seen nothing like that.
Nigga, I didn't even feel disrespected because I just knew it was that's his him. Like, all right, but so this out. I'm so
Leave him, let him live, Menard. Let him live.
Okay, all right. Listen. This is what I'm saying. When it comes to documented things, right? You can get reparations, right? And reparative justice isn't just reparations racially. Like, for instance, I got a class action check for going to jail in the 1990s because the baby boomers set up their sons, right? So during the crime bill, which is also racist, by the way, they were locking up people for nothing. And then 10, 12 years later, they're like, yo, it was like a lymphomia commercial. Like, yo, have you ever been locked up between 1992 and 1998? You may be eligible for money, right? The same thing can be done for anybody that went to the chain gang in the 1920s. All the way up until now. So jail is jail, right? And people get compensated in jail while they're in jail if they go to the hole for nothing or something like that. So that's reparative justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you look at, you guys start talking about zoning laws, how they put, expressways through black neighborhoods. If a homeowner has to be compensated, they were compensated at the time, or if the state took their property based on eminent domain, they can be compensated later. That family, just like what happened to that family that owned that beachfront property in California. It took them 80 years to get their bread, but they finally got their money, right? But that's an individual case based on ownership, right?
Mm-hmm.
But see, that's the issue. Not to stop you, but that's largely the issue. The cases are individual when they don't need to be. People who went through those avenues of engaging the system like that, they should have been passing down game. This is why Black Wall Street didn't get rebuilt, and all them other towns, and many towns that they smashed didn't get rebuilt. That's one of the issues. The thing is, we have never tried to set the measurement of our own value by our own standard. We've always tried to live up to what this Americanism was purported to be. And niggas then always wanted the same illusion that these pilgrims and sold out to the world of being American. And that's how they strive.
I know you have I ain't said nothing. I know you have a spiel, but I also know you listen to girls with clothes on. So let me help you out. When it's an individual thing, it's an individual case. If it happens to a group of people in the same situation, it's a class action suit. I've gotten class action suits for buying stuff off the telemarketer channel. What is that? TMZ? Not TMZ. You know what I'm talking about? QVC. So, but everybody ain't built, B. It's a lot of lazy motherfuckers out here that really don't deserve no money. I got cousins that got PPP checks, 35,000, and was broke in 35 days. Everybody really don't need no bread. It ain't even had no fucking jobs. They just hustled up on the check. So my whole thing is, when you start talking about arbitrary payments based on a crayon and not based on any merit, then that cheapens the pot. And as a matter of fact, if you're going to get the money, everybody going to get the money before 2027 when they go crypto, because the money ain't gonna be worth shit. So
it wasn't just quality black people that was locked into that bullshit. You also had our class system, however it was established within our subculture of being Americans.
Let me make sure I understand. Let me make sure I understand something right, because I do understand that what we later called black codes and all that kind of stuff. Okay, it targeted black people, it was locking them up, and then that's where they got some slave labor from that. That's the argument that people say, that slavery was still going on during Jim Crow and all of that. That's the argument. And I understand that if it was some targeted bullshit that had somebody locked up and set back their life, I understand that, okay, that person, I think if somebody do any time in jail and it's found out that they shouldn't be there, they should get broke off a check, just flat out. But but I'm sorry, we're talking about 2023 reparations. All right, so let's say in 1933, somebody on some black code stuff got locked up when he was locked up from 20 to 25 or whatever. Okay, he had some kids, and then his kids had some kids, and his kids had some kids, and then now that's me. I'm trying to figure out. Like, I mean, look, if they cut the check, I'll cash the motherfucker. But I'm still trying to figure out how do I earn? I mean, why do I deserve a check? Because in 1930, my granddad got locked up on some bullshit. My great granddad or great possibly got locked up on some bullshit.
And if I could, in the last election, Ice Cube was discussing the possibility of black people having access, not minorities, not people of color, like these leftists love to fucking talk about, but black men and women having access to $500 billion potentially with a platinum plan, and niggas are so stupid and weak and effeminate when it comes to how they deal with their politics. They would rather vote for Joe Biden and dance in the street with 300-pound black women after the election. I'm supposed to take these people serious?
Those was drones.
You messed up. You missed something though.
Those were democratic drones.
Plus,
those were democratic drones. Completely different.
If I can just finish, please. Plus, black people have a marriage rate of 29%. 80% of our children are born out of wedlock. You're going to put money in the hands of such a disparate, dysfunctional group of people right now?
There you go, judging the quality of the people again and not the quality of the trauma that was placed upon them. Look, ain't nobody begging for this shit. Hold on, let me finish. These pilgrims were the first ones to present that, you know what, we're going to give them something, all right? The black people wouldn't have asked for it. Black people wouldn't have asked these motherfuckers for nothing. Reparation was first brought forward by white folks by this government. Black people didn't ask for shit. Black people started building for themselves, and once they started building for themselves, the tribalism of these pilgrims kicked in, and the whiteness of the government, and not this whole objectivity that y'all like to project of this shit and believe the illusion that they bring.
Can I address
that shit kicked in?
All right, hold on, wait, real quick.
That's
Aaron,
what you're dealing with.
I'm gonna let Aaron get it next, but Deacon Dave in the building. He says women don't even. All right, I already read that one. Go to the next one. Thank you for the super chat, Deacon Dave. I read that one. Go to the next one, number 16. Go to the next one. Elevated Engineering says plenty of videos of the procedure where the fetus is fighting for its life. Be real. I didn't know that. That is new information. We was having an abortion debate on how you could be pro-black and pro-choice at the same time, and we heard some interesting arguments. But yeah, I didn't know that there was videos that you could see the fetus fighting for its life, trying to avoid the I don't know, the vacuum tube. I have no idea how to do the procedure. Anyway, my man Nick Taylor in the building says, so what have you built for black people is a green light, more like a red herring, but he said a green light to make abortion okay. Dude, if you're pro abort, say so and stand on it. I think he stood on it. Sir Tice in the building says, if he's emotional about black history, then how can he be void of emotion of 20 million deleted black fetuses? That's the argument that we were trying to pin Aaron on. And thank y'all for these super chats. All super chats will be read. Do appreciate everybody who support the stream. Is what it is in the building with a $10 super chat. He says, why them boys? So why them boys? So we're talking about the community time when Lil Big Nate took care of his seeds. Weak ninja. All right. Prime VA 757 in the building says, how come these pro-blacks don't have this energy for the woman calling black men bullet bags and deleting black male babies? Are they scared of black women?
Yes, they are.
Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Charles Merchant in the building $10 super chat says, Pearly is just a beacon used to attack runaway beacon used to attack runaway black men that have left the plantation. If they can paint her as a racist, they can nullify the message of the black manosphere as racist. But see, but the thing that they're doing is they're overly trying to staple her to the black manosphere as if she is preaching a black manosphere message, and I think that part is fake news. And somebody is pointing out, actually, as Big Kev, who's on the panel right now, says Anton, MTR, TLA aren't a part of this space. They're definitely. I just heard TLA recently say he's not a part of the manosphere, but he's definitely adjacent to it. I think all three of them claimed it more and claimed it harder when Kevin Samuels was the figurehead of it, because they was cool with Kevin after Kevin died. And then you look at a lot of the nigga shit that goes on in the black manosphere, they separated from it, kind of entangled in the algorithm, kind of adjacent to it, kind of a part of it, but it's hard to, I'm not trying to hold nobody's feet to the fire to claim whatever the hell they, it don't matter to me. Jackie's loves Jack.
Bernard,
says,
actually, there's actually a better reason there too.
What?
Because they're all three businessmen that don't. Again, they don't want to sell dashikis only to black people.
Nigga, what?
Anton, MTR, and the lead attorney, they want their audience to be as big. They want as many subscribers as possible. They are willing to share. They are willing to sell dashikis to white people, Asian people, Hispanic people. They're not just trying to sell.
I get it. They don't, but they don't sell dashikis. But you are right. They do want a broader audience. That's the reason when Pearl got real big. Yeah, all of them. I don't know if TLA collabed directly with her. They was on Valuetainment at the same time. But yeah, Anton and MTR, once you start trending towards 1 million subs, they did a collaboration with her. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I understand that, but that debunks the whole idea that she was elevated, lift up, worshipped, as revered as the leader of a black male space. That's the fake news, and that's the bullshit that I've been pushing back on with this whole thing. But real quick, I want to get through the super chats. Cuban Libertarian in the building. He says modern culture issues are extreme in black people. On to the next one. John 81101 in the building says, I've been in the manosphere cloud listening since 2016. Pro Wacky Wax and B-Dubs will do anything to tear this space apart, but won't leave. Pro Wax feel the pressure. Black men not accepting single mothers. Bye community. That is a part of what it is. This black manosphere is cultivating a group of black men to think and view things differently, and they're the old guard is losing a stronghold on black thought, and they're pushing and fighting back. Even at the point of trying to weaponize the white girl. That's what they're basically doing.
I had a question, Bernard.
Go. I said Aaron. I said Aaron. So I'm going to go Aaron than you. But Big Biz 800 and building $5 super chat. He says we'd be much better off if pro-blacks were committed to fixing the familial and cultural issues in the community, as opposed to this fixation on racism. Agreed, 100%. Freeman General in the building says, just imagine 100,000 in 100,000 cash in the hands of Black America overnight. Chaos. I do think it will be not quite exactly like, but very similar to that Dave Chappelle skit. Very similar. But he says pro-blacks will say that they gave us the money to hurt us. I agree. 100%. 100%.
Financial literacy is important.
True.
Yeah, they gave us that money, but then they failed to educate us. And so how they gave us that
that's
money,
why we got to educate us.
Yeah. But they gave us that money knowing. See, they knew we was just gonna give it all back to them because we gotta run nothing like that. That's gonna be the argument.
Aaron is lining up the argument already.
Yeah. Have any of you spoke on 20 to 40 years of tax exemption as reparations?
That needs to be the baseline. That before we even talk about reparations, that needs to be the baseline, because we damn sure don't owe them. If the government has violated the rights of Black Americans for so long, the baseline is exemption from taxation. That's just the baseline.
Okay. Did Aaron speak, or can I speak now?
Go ahead, Aaron.
I want to touch on the part about the platinum plan, because here's the thing: Trump mentioned the platinum plan.
Mm-hmm.
Trump got on stage and forgot he used to be Fox News. During the debate, he asked him, "What are your plans for the Black community?" Trump mentioned the crime bill, how Biden's crime bill was bad for the Black community, despite the fact that he agreed with a bunch of the stuff that was in the crime bill. And then he spent the next minute and 30 seconds talking about how much he loves the police. Trump was never serious about the platinum plan. However, when he was talking about it, Sonny Johnson goes to the White House and lets him know, listen, just giving this amount of money in community in these grants to the states or the cities the money won't actually reach the people that it needs. Why? Because who controls these inner cities that black people are densely populated? Democrats. Exactly. Yeah. So she says, if you just give this money to the states, it's never going to get to the people. Like there needs to be put in place the infrastructure to make sure that if the Platinum Plan is implemented, then there's people at the state level that can make sure the money gets to who actually needs it to build up the black community.
Okay, in response, sir.
Wait. Let me take this from Nate. Here's the problem.
Go ahead, bro.
Here's the problem with that. The system and the infrastructure is already in place, but you will still never see that money. Right? Like I have an ongoing beef. Like I'm really attacking the Urban League because they took $220 million and nobody saw a dime.
Even fucking leftists, boy.
So it's not that they don't. What needs to be is, and that's what we're working on over here. What needs to be is a separate system from heterosexual black males that don't listen to girls with clothes on or pastors that love their brothers like they love themselves. Because what you're looking at are black organizations that have the infrastructure, that have a black pastor as the head, but their whole staff is white women. And then they get money from the Neighborhood Stabilization Act, or they get money from the Community Reformation Act, and they get these millions upon millions of dollars, and you never see a dime. So
and they're tied to a political party. They're Democrats, so they're tied to the Democratic Party, and they'll make sure that their friends get the money. It's a grift.
Well,
it's a grift.
Okay. No.
It's always been a grift because black people haven't been.
All right.
Go ahead.
I had a question.
Yeah. We're going to circle it to Nate because Nate was waiting in line before we get too far upfield with y'all back and forth. Hopefully we'll get back to that, but I want to see what Nate was waiting to jump in on.
Sure, appreciate it, Bernard. The most revolutionary act that a pro-black could engage in, that no white man could interfere with him doing, would be to marry a black woman and start a family. Now, I have a question. Gentlemen. For you pro-blacks, how many of you are married to black women? How many of you are single? Or have you made a bunch of baby mamas out here? Because what I found in the pro-black community is a bunch of pro-black bastard baby makers, which of course leads to all the pathologies that we see so prevalent in these economically depressed communities that y'all are so concerned about. If you can't even do the single most revolutionary act that you can do, that no one will impede you from doing, which is finding yourself a decent black woman, marrying her, and starting your own black family, how should I take you seriously? So
please objectively define what a pro-black is.
My question.
Please,
but that's not even revolutionary.
Please, wait, hold up. Wait a minute, Aaron, hold up. Hold up. MOT, please objectively.
What did you call me?
Define.
That nigga called me.
Time out.
No, he Aaron. Or I thought you was MOT. I don't know, cuz I don't know y'all niggas up in here.
Crazy as fuck.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no. If you know the history, you understand why that was like the funniest shit ever.
Oh, word. All right.
Yeah. Him and those. I mean, you call it Little Big Nate.
So hold up. Hold on, wait.
Hold on.
Let me address him honorably though.
Wait a minute. For my own personal reasons, I want to make sure I understand how funny this was. Did you call Little Big Nate MOT?
That's
right
okay.
Here,
Yeah,
the man.
My bad.
The man at the top, right here.
Yeah, I did.
Right there.
Excuse me, Little Big Nate.
Next to me. You called him MOT. That's funny as hell. Those are like arch nemesis. But anyway.
Okay, so in your perspective of pro-black, I'm not going to assume that you know of something objective that we all can agree to. But most people have their own personal perspective of what pro-black is. Mm-hmm. What would you define that as? Because I'm not pro-black. A lot of people think I'm pro-black. I'm more of a fucking inadvertent supremacist. All right.
I'm actually pro-black. I'm pro-black. Well, I'm pro-black patriarchy. I'm pro-black men participating in the free market system.
Yes, sir.
I'm pro-black conservative traditional ideology, pro-black men having custody of their children. I got
Yes, sir.
full custody of mine when they were 2 and 5 in 2004, raised them by myself. That's all the pro-black stuff I am, okay? And you know what's beautiful? Being that I can actually form relationships, strategic alliances with white guys
with the enemies,
who think the same as me 50, 60, 70% of the time, and we can get stuff done.
That's how it goes. That's the
Can I
game.
ask y'all a question?
I don't think you guys want to work with anybody white.
No. You said you guys. I'm not pro-black. And okay, so you think so your pro-blackness means that there is a gradient of it then, and the pro-blackness that you are speaking of is one that you analyze as not living up to a certain quality. Shall we say?
Aaron, can I ask you a question? Why are the white people the enemy?
I didn't say white people are the enemy.
No, that was roguish.
That was me. That was me.
Enemy. So
that was
go ahead. You asked him that question. That's a good.
Hold up. They're the enemy because I'm from fucking North Tulsa. Cause that don't, again, but in the words of Little Big Nate, that don't mean you can't work with them. You do business.
My problem with brothers who would say that they're the enemy, it wasn't white people that burned down Tulsa. It was white Democrats.
Come on, bro.
White Republicans would have never done that.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, wait. Do you know what the Lily Whites are?
Wig or that other thing when Wig was there.
And to that effect, Aaron, I appreciate your color commentary and criticism. And again, not a fan of Orange Guy. Not a fan at all of Orange Guy. But I appreciate your color commentary and critique on his plan. Now, if you could present Biden's plan since he's been 3 years in.
Oh, I didn't think Biden even had a plan. He had something. Listen,
he told us we can't talk about that now.
Till after,
we'll talk about that after I'm in.
I've talked about IQ. I supported
that plan is. I mean, so my idea is this. Look, this is how I see things. There's a plan. And then there's no plan. A plan
but I think the plan
is better than no plan.
Not if he's not going to do it.
Judge Zilla, Biden.
Basically, what you're talking about is two people who neither of them actually planned to do anything. Okay, one person told us straight up, we'll talk about it.
Trump
one person
more prisoners than Obama.
I'm saying both of them are garbage.
I disagree. Now Biden, one of the things that Biden promised Al Sharpton was possibly that Harriet Tubman was going to get a $20 bill.
That's already wrong right there. You throwing Al Sharpton in the anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry, but no.
Like I mean, listen to that sentence. Listen to that sentence. Biden promised Al Sharpton.
Yeah,
that already
and this shows you the power of these
what was the clip you showed the other day?
Left black folks.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Promised him that there were promises made to our good friend Al, the FBI informant, and then he goes to the White House after Biden, gets put there, and Biden tells him, "No, you're not getting Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill. I'll give you $30 million in crack pipes." And black people got $30 million in crack pipes from the Biden administration.
I still don't understand that.
Wow. Beautiful. This is what you get for not listening to Little Big Nate.
All right, real quick. Somebody at the bottom had just said, "Can I ask a question?" And Big Kev has said,
"I had a question because I'm not going to be here for too long. I just want to know."
Who's that talking? Who's that? I'm sorry, I can't even see the thing pulsating. Who's talking?
This is Shwe.
Oh, damn it! I don't know why I couldn't see that. It was right in the middle. Wait, hold on, real quick. All right, Jadel's. I'm gonna go to Big Kev before you because I got a feeling your question is gonna start a fire. But I just got a feeling. But Jadel's in the building. He says scholarship, students, debt cancellation, and business loans or grants will actually go a long way to lift present and future generations out of poverty. Much more productive than handing out cash. I technically agree with that. Yeah. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I don't know if there's another one that I've missed. But if so, bring that one up. But we're gonna go to Big Kev down in my lower right. Go ahead.
Hey, so can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you good. You good?
All right, cool. Thank you for having me on the show. How's it going, everybody? Just a few things because I've been listening on the conversation, so I'm just kind of basically like my thoughts and everything. Number one, again, not to beat a dead horse, but as we've explained so many times before, just we did not build up just Pearly. Okay, the so-called Black ministers did not build up just Pearly, beginning in. Okay, that was a lie that was promoted by Jason Black because he was jealous of Kevin Samuel's success, and he has a very narcissistic mentality to where all so-called black politics have to flow through him. That's why he called himself the Black Authority. It says it right there in the name. So, okay. Number two,
Facts.
about the abortion thing. Again, contraceptives. You know, the rise of contraceptives, both during and after Roe versus Wade, pretty much rendered most abortions obsolete. So the fact that we were obsessed and encouraged many so-called black women to get abortions, okay, even when the person who created, who started Planned Parenthood was Margaret Sanger, who was a KKK sympathizer, and said specifically she did it to destroy the Negro population. The fact that a lot of us still went along with it anyway, it's a very damning indictment. Okay. Number three, okay, about the reparations. I'm kind of neutral on the thing. I understand, but again, what I'm suspicious of is not so much whether or not people get reparations, but all the bullshit strings that are going to be attached to it. That's what I'm suspicious about. You know what I mean? Because as you can see with a lot of the foreign aid that the U.S. sends out to other countries, again, it's always a bunch of bullshit stipulations attached, and I think that they're probably gonna, if they do pay out the reparations, they're gonna do the same thing. That's what I'm suspicious about. Okay. So, again, I'm kind of neutral on the thing. I understand both sides of the argument, but again, I'm just suspicious on the strings attached they're gonna have with that.
Reparations are never happening. They're never happening for anybody who think they are. Not to stop you, but they can't happen because if you look at this from a perspective of the reason of why they stop your progress in the first place systemically, like the thing is, I think what it is, we pay too much attention to the racists, too much attention to the racists and the white supremacists. And the thing is, you're supposed to pay attention to the ones who say that they're not racist and not white supremacists because their numbers are larger, significantly more. But you also see them tend to kowtow to that same perspective.
Right. I understand, Rogish, but I'm saying just let me land the plane here. Let me finish up here.
You got it, bro.
Let me wrap up here in a few minutes. Okay. Number four, when it comes to why a lot of this space is under attack by a lot of self-described pro-black feminists, etc. Here's the thing, okay? If you look at the so-called conscious space, in particular, if you look at the occultist Brother Panic, who is in no way affiliated with this space at all. Many of the same complaints he had about self-described pro-black, protest feminists, etc., are all the exact same problems that the so-called Black Manosphere is having. The hyper-emotionalism, the pontification of a female supremacist rhetoric to position yourself as a moral authority or as a way of absolving yourself of all personal responsibility, the coddling dysfunction, the demanding groupthink, okay, or demanding that we all quote unquote come together as an excuse to not contribute, okay. All the same things that we're complaining about is all the things that he was talking about, okay. And in many cases, he makes even more a disparaging remark. If you listen to a lot of his lectures, he'd be calling the so-called pro-blacks, a bunch of monkey ass niggas. So the
wait,
fact
hold
that
on, wait.
he-
Wait, hold on. I was doing some. I was looking up something, and
Yeah.
Who are you talking about? I missed the beginning. I apologize.
Oh, Brother Panic. He does like a cult lectures on metaphysical knowledge and whatnot.
Panic 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that he made almost the exact same assertions about these self-described pro-blacks and feminists, the hypocritical virtue signaling, et cetera, et cetera. The fact that he's making the exact same complaints about these guys and he's not affiliated with this space at all is a damning indictment. I mean, even a lot of brothers on Twitter who are not associated with this space, they're even calling out a lot of that flagrant hypocrisy and tone policing and dick policing against so-called black men that a lot of pro-blacks and feminists do. So the fact that we're not associated with each other and we're all making the exact same assessments about these people is very telling.
Wait,
and
can I say?
I
Can I say?
Hold up. Well, let me finish. And the fact that they don't want to just sit there and digest the criticism and really think over it and do a lot of introspection, it's just proof positive that most of them don't really care.
Okay.
They just want to position themselves as a moral authority over other so-called black people, straight black men specifically.
You have to hustle to struggle, man.
Okay, wait.
You have to hustle to struggle.
Because I wanted to ask a question, but I actually rather just piggyback off what you were saying. Yeah, my issue with this space is really my issue with this space most of the time just comes from the fact of like some of the worst behavior gets just looked over a lot of times, and these guys don't like hold it accountable or don't like make any reference of it.
The worst behavior by who?
Yeah.
I mean, all the way down. I mean, if you would go we could go all the way to the top to like Kevin Samuels. Like, he advocates for some of the worst behavior possible.
Like what? Like what? Please
like
make a distinction. Give us a bullet point.
Like domestic violence.
How do you advocate for domestic violence? How? What black man advocates for? What black man advocates for domestic violence? What black man?
How?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why the space doesn't really take off, because people like hear stuff y'all say like.
Right, you blaming the wrong dude. Nah, listen, real quick. Listen,
wait, no, wait. Let me finish though. Let me finish.
This nigga said that with a gangster ass Mr. Rogers shit behind him.
There's more. There's more, brothers. There's more. I want you to know that there's more. Because I know.
Nigga said, I hit bitches with rainbows behind me. Nigga, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, hey, man. I was about to say, because I know, like, in this space, I know, like,
taking a rainbow back. Because all these women are
I know in this space,
this is for 30-year-olds and 34-year-old bodies. I'm taking colors back for my toddlers. So
I feel you, cuz. I feel you. It's science.
I need to teach the ABC to my toddlers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I bring the colors in so the girls know what's safe here. All girls want is coloring books and grape juice. They call it pink strip, but it's the same thing. I'm here for my toddlers. Come to daddy, and I'm gonna treat my toddlers with respect.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So like I said,
you slap.
Patrice would love that shit, yo.
So yeah,
Patrice
so like I
would
said,
love to see that.
The reason
more reasons why you hate us.
Can I finish my point?
We gotta let him finish. Let's let him finish. I wasn't gonna let him finish, but I'm
no, I know.
I need to hear more.
I know y'all don't like.
I need to hear more.
I know y'all don't like hearing about your goddaddy. But like I said, whether it's him talking about domestic violence, whether it's him, advocating for saying that Black women are mathematically unattractive, they're the least attractive out of anybody.
You don't like numbers now?
Y'all, what's the
yo, goddaddy, you out of pocket, dog.
Y'all goddaddy.
You out of pocket with that goddaddy shit. Who the fuck is the goddaddy?
And then also, it's other people in y'all space that are affiliated with y'all space that y'all let go.
Wait a minute, dog. Wait a minute. In the words of the Roger Report, Kevin Samuels was the lightning rod of the Black manosphere. All right? Yes. And I disagreed with him on many things. So to call that motherfucker a goddaddy, no, that Godfather shit was for his channel. He was a fellow peer within the space, learning like everybody else did. He just put that shit in his own formation.
That dude was a grown ass man.
It don't matter if he was he was a grown ass man who called himself a fellow educated lame, like all the other so-called educated lames in the space, like they've been calling themselves since 2007 and shit. You know what I mean? Who elevated that shit into some high value man shit. Now to me, it has some suckerism in it, so I don't fuck with the suckerism shit. But the fact that these bitches kept showing up and breaking themselves against his standard, that's what made the square shit some solid shit. So it wasn't that he was no godfather, it was that he stood on his fucking, you know what I'm saying, some square shit and became solid within it. Don't hate the fucking player, play the game, nigga.
I think the history. Real quick. Time out. I think the history of the whole Godfather thing, I think he was calling himself the Godfather of style. And then when he blew up in, doing the type of content he was doing, he kind of became the face of the manosphere, but was still saying Godfather. People just said the Godfather of the manosphere. Like Jason Whitlock said that, like, referred to him as the Godfather of the he's created the manosphere. Like that's how a lot of people looked at it. But
that bullshit right there.
It was, and people who came late, was calling, like, I've never called him. Only time I referred to him as Godfather is when I did the little the video tribute after he died. I gave gave the ultimate respect.
But
But
other
other
than
than that,
himself Godfather till 20 back in motherfucking 2013, 2012.
Yeah, but
he
no,
was
that-
Kevin.
all
He was Kevin Samuels.
but-
You guys are missing a major point, though.
Fuck
You guys
outta
are
here.
losing sight of a bigger point.
Yeah.
And listen to your man's criticisms here, right? And this is
Yeah.
why the black manosphere and the pro-black sphere are never really going to totally align. Even when we agree, we can never really get along, because when it comes to the issues that the black manosphere focuses on, pro-blacks will talk about all the racism, and some of the things may be true and might just have emotional appeal or whatever, but the black manosphere deals in quantifiable reality when it comes to men and women.
Preach.
Yeah.
Pro-blacks don't want to go that road. So when a brother up in the top corner, well, hold on, wait a minute, wait a minute. Excuse me. When a brother up in the top, sorry, the brother in the top corner, Aaron, when you were talking about abortion, the underlying thread in all that wasn't so much your stance on abortion and how you feel about it. It was the fact that this is something black women get to do. It's a sacred, it's a sacrament for them and them alone. And these are the things that run consistently through your ideology as pro-black. You dare not criticize or infringe upon the rights and freedoms of your sacred cow, which is the black woman. Black manosphere specifically focuses on that.
I brought up earlier the unholy alliance between pro-black ideology and the gynocracy and feminism. What you heard from that gentleman and his critiques of Kevin Samuels is him representing the gynocracy.
No, what I'm criticizing is him being around people that promote domestic violence. We
do gotta address that. Hold on, wait, time out. We laughed it off when he said it because it was ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Let's just hold on. Wait, time out. Stop talking. Okay, he uttered the word domestic violence.
He said women need to be domestically disciplined, and that could go.
That's what you're talking about.
Get the fuck out of here!
Motherfucking ass out of here, man.
He also told the woman she couldn't believe her daughter.
Are you a dookie dipper, dog? Are you a dookie dipper? Are you a dookie?
What's it called?
Are you a dookie dipper?
Your father.
Are you a dookie dipper? Only dookie dippers talk like that, cuz.
Let's not go down that road. Let's not do that.
No, because this motherfucker is calling some ill shit into accountability that this motherfucker might, you know what I'm saying, be completely out of bounds with.
I'm not completely. I saw the clip, bro.
Where's your black wife? That's all I want to know from any of these motherfucking pro-blacks. Where's your fucking wife and your family?
For real. Where your black wife at, nigga? Hold on. Where your black ex-wife at, nigga? Because I got
all
two.
Your criticisms revolve around black women. That's the thing I don't think you get. Everything you criticize about the black manosphere, it all revolves around black women.
My criticism about him saying that, my criticism with him promoting domestic discipline is dumb as fuck, because don't we know that black men
you speaking on behalf of women, motherfucker? Do you have a woman?
Bernard, back me up.
I'm speaking on behalf of you.
Do you have a woman?
What you talking about?
Do you have a woman?
Do
you have a woman, motherfucker? Or have you had a woman?
On behalf of your woman.
Have you had a woman?
Time out, everybody.
Fuck out of here.
Time out.
Yeah, nah, I did.
Time out. I want to go to Judge. Judge had a question for me, so I'm going to go.
No, they was asking me a question.
I said, stop. I said, Judge,
curious. Yes.
Wait. I said, Judge had a question for me. Go ahead, Judge.
Sir, I didn't have a question for you. Look, sir, I'm well recognized on this panel as not being a Kevin Samuels fan and not even really liking the guy.
That's okay.
True. But I'm not going to hang bullshit on his neck. Domestic discipline has nothing to do with domestic violence. Domestic discipline is a woman having home training to provide a home environment for the patriarch of the family. It does not require or elicit any usage of violence to instill that. It's her training coming into
so how
the
is she
marriage.
Disciplined, dog? Tell me how she disciplined.
This is how
she's disciplined. She's disciplined by the threat of disavowalment and ostracization.
No.
If she fails to comply, she will be removed.
Put her over your knee. That's what he said. Put her over your knee. He didn't say. No. He said.
Why does that bother you?
You know there are some women that want.
Nate, why does that bother him? Why does the idea of taking a woman over your knee sound offensive to you? What's up with that?
Sounds like a good time to me.
And also, isn't it strange how how come these pro-blacks will not acknowledge that if not for Black women's irresponsibility and them being Democrats and loving abortion so much, Black America would be almost 100 million strong by now. Almost 100 million Black Americans. And, of course you'll say, well, a lot of those children would have been raised properly. Wherever there's life, there's hope, always. Okay. But again, how in the world can you talk about atrocities or domestic discipline when we have an internet filled with Black women beating the living shit out of each other? The new episodes of Housewives of whatever has come out, and what are the most salacious scenes? Black women beating the living shit out of each other. I could pull 100,000 videos right now of Black women beating the living shit out of each other, and none of you goddamn pro-blacks have anything to say about this horrible behavior. These women are literally cannibalizing themselves, and you say nothing.
Y'all literally affiliate with niggas that have whole rapists on their fucking panels. You dickhead ass niggas. Fuck are y'all talking about? Like y'all.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. Now explain yourself. Now explain yourself.
What? Huh?
Explain yourself. You just throwing these words out there.
I'm trying to research something in the back. Wait,
no, I'm about to say, like, y'all, what's it called? These people in y'all space.
Are you talking about Fresh and Fit having okay, are you talking about Fresh and Fit having Charleston White on?
Not Fresh and Fit. Well, we could talk about Fresh and Fit, but we could talk about Anton.
They're not part of the Black. How many fucking times do we gotta tell you this?
Nigga, he's an affiliate with y'all. What y'all talking about? All these guys.
All right. Let me say it. Hold on. Wait. Time out. Let me say it like this.
Stop playing.
Let me say it. Let me explain. Let's go there. Hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. Listen. I know you can hear me.
When it comes to these things, y'all don't have y'all crickets.
The host is talking. Y'all don't want to.
Hold up, one mic.
I don't want to drop you down. I like pushback. When that Charleston White, because one, I didn't know that. I know Charleston White was that wild. I think Ivan Preachers showing they dug up all the hits. But when Charleston White was on Fresh and Fit, and I heard him talk like that for the first time, I did a stream. We ended up putting it on Patreon because the word grape was used way too many times in the stream. So I just didn't want to mess up the algorithm. But I did a stream on that and talking about one, the stuff Charleston White is saying is messed up. He act like he playing a character. Maybe he is, maybe he not. But either way, the stuff that he was saying was ridiculous. And so we had an intense conversation about a lot of aspects. Oh, I didn't mean to drop you down, Rogue. We had a lot, and we had a conversation about a lot of aspects of Black culture. And Charleston White was, we talked about how what he was saying was ridiculous. I mean, he was basically saying they used to, gang grape white girls and all of that and blah blah blah. He used to say, he said a lot of wild shit that did get criticized. So,
that stuff was
this
not
is what you see in my hand is what
space.
Domestic discipline is right here.
Everybody agrees. Everybody agrees that rape is wrong. So
this is domestic discipline.
But put it like this: nobody can hop on my panel. Nobody can hop on my panel and say that and then not get. Not catch any criticism. Like,
but do y'all not understand that having these guys and having these type of figures,
having them, what do you mean?
Do you not understand? You just accuse a motherfucker of fucking with some rapist shit on the same way that some Peckerwoods would, motherfucker. That's why.
What are you talking about? Yo, bro,
little Big Nate asked you to show your woman, cuz. Are you married? Are you married? Are you divorced? Are you at least divorced? You see this in my hand? This is what domestic discipline is.
Wait, time out.
What the fuck you think domestic discipline was? Choking, you know what I'm saying? Choking your bitch and tell her to wash the dishes or whatever. Right here. You see this? Domestic discipline. You ever spank your motherfucking woman? You clown ass motherfucker.
First of all, choking your
you ever spank your motherfucking woman? You clown ass motherfucker.
Y'all
you simp ass, you fake ass black. You motherfuckers some fake fucking pro black. Cause if you real pro black, you be on a little Big Nate shit. I usually don't ride with a little Big Nate. You know what I'm saying? Cause a lot of it come off a little bit over too much conservatism. But I'm with him. I'm conservative on this shit, cuz.
bro,
You better motherfucking discipline your woman,
see
nigga,
how
or else
he bring-
she'll belong to the game, you dumb motherfucker.
The Black Manosphere brings true
Or
unity.
else she'll belong to the game, motherfucker.
Right. This is how you unify men. This is how the Black Manosphere brings unity. All you niggas do is bring chaos and hatred.
Over abuse. I know. That's how y'all. When it's about beating women up, all y'all niggas just start cheerleading. I love it. Y'all love to cheerlead when it comes about beating up women.
You fucking with a beast, you gotta have a paddle and a nigga. I have put a noose around a girl neck and these are beast of burdens.
Get your mark ass out of here.
You can't hurt
bitch ass nigga.
Yo, my man bought the paddle out for real.
Nah, because hold up.
Bernard, can I say something?
Domestic correction gets a bad motherfucking rap because it's like, wait a minute, because your woman is this is an agreement between you and your woman, cuz. This ain't nothing that you force her into, nigga. You can't. Can you forcefully choke fuck your woman? I'm asking any of y'all who never choke fuck your woman. Can you forcefully choke fuck your woman?
Nah, man.
But you have to.
I mean, you can do it with force. Like, what do you mean forcefully do it?
I mean, meaning that take it to her before she get the understanding that it's finna go down. You can't just instantly start grabbing her fucking thumb.
Like
no, you don't. No, you don't. You bring her along with the motherfucking ride.
I mean, you can't send you don't send flowers in a card and get before a choke fucking. Like, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like, you kind of just gotta feel it and just go with it. I mean, I don't even understand.
And if I could, what we see in the behavior of Black American women is 70 years of no discipline, 70 years of no direction, no consequences. 70 fucking years, 3 generations of them running wild, doing what the fuck they want, and now everything's a goddamn mess. And you worried about applying a little pressure to a bitch, nigga? You got to stop this. Black women are all over the internet beating the shit out of their black boyfriends. Fucking Jess Hilarious literally said in an interview, I beat the shit out of all of my boyfriends until I came across one who whooped my ass. And I never put my hands on them again.
I just saw a video.
Thinking about that, nigga.
Check this out. Listen.
For years now.
Check this out. You don't need to tolerate that. Like, here's the thing. If a woman puts her hands on you, the smart thing to do is walk away. That's it. It's over. Like, I'm not gonna let you continue doing that to me. It's over. It's over.
You already did.
I'm gone.
Nigga, you already that bitch get a life lesson. Lightning strikes, bro.
Hey,
lightning strikes. Lightning strikes, everybody. If your ass is out in the wrong motherfucking weather, lightning is finna strike.
Aaron, are you in the camp that you just turn around and just take them punches to the back of the head while you walking out the house?
I'm in the camp of don't put yourself in a position where you have to defend yourself.
No, this your woman. This your woman. Y'all live together and you love her, and she's swinging on you. You just gonna take them punches to the back of the head, walking out the door?
No, I'm going to tell her to stop hitting me. Then she's done.
Wait, time out. Let me say this.
Oh my God.
Okay, I set him up, but in his defense, I don't deal with nothing like that now. I've never hit a woman, so I've had to do some evasive tactics to get out of there. So I mean, I understand where you're going, but it just sounds.
Listen, because here's the thing.
I understand. Trust me. I understand. I understand. Sometimes you got to use some evasive tactics because the ramifications of you giving her that bus driver uppercut is just too. So I understand. But that shit was funny though.
Yo, that's hilarious.
Here come the pain.
Bernard, can I say something?
Go ahead.
I'm 6'4",
Bernard, can I say something?
closer to 300 pounds than 200 pounds. Listen,
Hey,
I'm
Bernard,
walking
can I
out the
happen?
door.
You what?
I
You
ain't
said,
dealing
hold
with
on,
law
wait.
enforcement.
You said you what? You said you walking out the door?
I'm walking out the
out the front
goddamn door.
So all right, so that's why I put him in a bad spot, but I'm putting you in the same spot. You taking them punches to the back of the head on the way out the door?
Wait a minute, y'all mean y'all don't know how to subdue a bitch without knocking her out?
It's not the point. It's not the point. Once it gets there, in the environment that's available, I also have a record, so.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, we're.
I put it like this. In real talk,
if you got a record, you want to bring in the greatest hits. Look.
To the person who said you don't know how to subdue a woman, that is a real thing too. Where you got, it's like we got to know karate, we got to know judo, you got to know how to reverse their energy,
non-violent restraining techniques.
Bear hug them,
it's called crazy bitch dope. You got to know crazy bitch dope.
Throw them somewhere soft, and then walk out the door. Like it's messed up that brothers I've had serious conversations on my show on how to survive an attack from a woman without giving her a bust or uppercut and not taking those punches to the back of the head on the way out the door.
Hold on.
It's fucked up that we've had to have that serious conversation.
Look, I have a toddler tale about this. Like, I had a girl who was frisky. We're going to call her frisky, right? And I'm like, yo, chill. The time she pissed me off to the point that I had to stomp her ribs until she pissed blood.
Okay.
Whoa.
No.
Wait.
No.
Listen to the
Dirty
storm.
folk, are you?
Wait, listen to the ending.
Are you in comedy mode? I do know you.
The truth is funny. So, because
it's not.
So I go to the birthday party. She blowing my phone up. Come to find out, she at Illinois Masonic Hospital. I get there at 6 a.m. to check on her because I'm like, I'm gonna turn myself in because I did this one, but she had this coming for like 2 years, nigga. I had all type of repressed energy. When I get there, she had sex with me on the gurney, nigga, because she wanted to get that whooking. So,
God damn.
Yeah, I gotta.
God damn.
Have you?
Bernard, can I hop in?
Y'all watched a Different World, right? You know, the black college show from the 90s. Yeah. There was an episode where Whitley and Dwayne were arguing in the apartment he had with the light-skinned buddy, and Dwayne damn near cursed her out. I mean, like he cursed, of course, but he checked the living shit out of her.
And he left shit out of that bitch. He did.
And then he leaves the apartment. Whitley, she turns around, her back falls against the back of the front door. She falls to the ground, melting. She was in euphoria sexually because he cursed her the fuck out. That's what she wanted. And look, I'm not gonna sit here and say these women want to be abused or whatever, but these, just like with Jess Hilarious, she kept dating niggas, kept beating on niggas until a nigga beat her back. And then
but
that's
see,
the
the issue is y'all niggas think y'all gotta be pookies to show some motherfucking sternness to a bitch. Y'all think y'all being mean,
bro. Hold on, wait, stop. Whoa, I gotta stop you. That was ridiculous. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's some bullshit.
How's that some bullshit?
You just kind of
that's literally some bullshit.
The fact that he brought up what Dwayne Wayne did on A Different World as if that was some egregious checking of a bitch.
Hold on, wait, time out. You don't know Lil Big Nate very well, and I'm not gonna have Lil Big Nate repeat that story that he told.
I saw that same video though. I saw the same episode.
No. I'm not gonna have him repeat a personal story.
Okay.
When I had to put my hands on my ex-wife, homie.
Yeah, he was in a situation. So no, that whole like that Pookie shit. That's no. Listen, I don't even want to get too into that because like I don't even want to get into manosphere debate from a year ago or 2 years ago, or I mean how the shit recycles every year. We get into an old debate. But no, that's been dead. The idea that no, you don't got to be a Pookie to be firm and stern and aggressive with your woman and get her to understand what the fuck she need to understand. No, that part is some bullshit. And I think men who listen to my channel know and understand that. So that y'all this, I gotta kill shot that one. Men who listen to my channel they know we understand. We've had plenty of discussions about that shit. So yeah.
Bernard,
but anyway, sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys for letting me speak. Okay, so just
keep it 100. I didn't misunderstand what he's saying. I think what he said, I took it. I took it as a shot. Like basically, he's saying that he was trying to imply that we think you have to be. No, I think he was directly saying that we think you have to be a hood nigga in order to have control. Check in like that.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, okay, so in that whole argument, you know, the whole select versus non-select, y'all remember how far back that shit was, whatever.
Yeah.
The thing is, there is some objectivity towards the attraction of the chick to so-called pookie or the unproductive or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, it was more of an element of that having that animal magnetism to put a, you know what I'm saying, chick in place when she needs to be put in place and everything. The fact that when he brought up Dwayne Wayne, it's like, yo, he didn't really check that bitch. You know what I'm saying? All he did was real. No, but he said he cussed her the fuck out. I'm like, no, you ain't cuss that bitch out, whatever, like that. The thing is, you have to be able to do that and forego being able to have access to the motherfucking pussy for your honor, for that to have, you know what I'm saying?
Of course, you preaching to the choir over here. Yeah,
Yeah.
preaching to the choir. We understand that.
But may I continue?
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So two things, and Dr. Tia San Johnson has pointed this out, and we definitely need to go. For those of y'all who don't know who Dr. Tia San Johnson is, go check.
We
out
know
his
who
YouTube
Dr.
channel.
T is, man. Come on, go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, he's already outlined how most domestic abuse is bilateral, and of the domestic abuse that is bilateral, it's mostly instigated by women. So I mean, talking about it is like beating a dead horse. Number one, and number two, and this is again the problem with a lot of, like, you know, the pro-blacks and, you know, in the feminists, when they try to criticize black men. If you look throughout history, okay, there has been no other group of men in this country, if not this planet, that's been more supportive of women's social freedoms than so-called black men. I mean, literally the concept of women having the right to vote, own property, divorce were tribal norms that were in place hundreds, if not thousands of years before European colonization of the Americas. And on top of that, it is well documented how many quote unquote black men, especially prominent black men like Frederick Douglass, were one of the main people advocating for things such as universal suffrage and equal rights and whatnot. There is no logical reason why any so-called straight so-called black man in America who's not a violent criminal or anything like that, there is no logical reason why we should still be holding on to this bullshit idea that we need to prove to the world and prove to them that we're not quote unquote misogynist. Our track record speaks for itself. If you can't get along with a so-called black man, especially if he's not being violent, you know, that's a you problem. That's not a him problem. Beginning, end. Like, we gotta let go of this bullshit fucking guilt complex, because it's bullshit. Okay, that whole narrative of dudes being Mr. from The Color Purple, this is from fictional movies made by people who were pandering to women for profit. That's it. Like, we gotta let that bullshit go. Let it the fuck go. Most so-called black men are not quote unquote misogynistic. Okay. Most black men are not conspiring to oppress women and children and none of this horseshit. That's a bullshit red herring. That's a woke talking point made by people who just want to gaslight the fuck out of us. Okay, let the guilt complex go. If you're not out here engaging in any type of predatory or abusive behavior, you have nothing to apologize for. Knock it the fuck off.
Well, that's why guys can joke about stuff like domestic discipline or whatever, because I think you can make a good argument, and the manosphere essentially makes the argument that a part of the reason why things are the way they are in the community is because black men haven't been as stern on their women as other men maybe have known to be.
Exactly, and it's like, of course, we don't want to venture into misogyny. That's the hatred of women.
Hold your thought real quick. Little Big Nate. Shout out to all the Patreons. Shout out to Cortez B and Vince L. Shout out to y'all. Do appreciate y'all becoming new Patreons, and shout out to everybody who's been on the Patreon list. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. Support the stream. Support the stream. We in overtime. Support the stream. Appreciate it. But go ahead, Nate. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, in response to what the young gentleman said, I don't want to venture into the world of misogyny, which is the hatred of women. But part of the problem in the black community is that black men don't hate this abhorrent behavior of black women enough. There's nothing wrong with hating evil. God hates. He loved Jacob and he hated Esau. There's nothing wrong with some righteous indignation and some hate of nonsense that ends up having repercussions that touch our lives. And a lot of the dumb shit they do, and the men who let them do it, the men who don't call their evil out because they're too busy worrying about some motherfucking white man at Tire Kingdom and how he hates them supposedly, when I can tell you that the white boy at Tire Kingdom, he doesn't hate you. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you, okay? I'm an auto damage appraiser. I work with insurance companies. I work strictly with redneck white body shops. The body shop is in the South is nothing but a bunch of redneck Republican conservative white boys.
Facts.
I talked to hundreds of them, and I said this on Bernard's a few weeks ago. These guys don't hate you. I'm not telling you that they like you. See, being Democrats and leftists, you expect people to like you. Us as Republicans and conservatives, we don't give a fuck if somebody likes us. We just don't care. We're too busy getting to the money. How can we work together? If we agree 60, 70% of the time, how can we work together and get some shit done? That's what we think about over here. That's why the whole Pearly thing doesn't resonate with us, okay?
When it comes
It's
to that
nothing wrong with
desirability,
hating the evil that a lot, it's not just black women, of course, but the evil a lot of these women do. It is evil, and there's nothing wrong with hating it. Call it out, hurt their feelings. It is what it is. If you pro-blacks really cared, you would do something to correct these women. And being angry at the white man is not going to have any effect on their pathologies, period.
Okay, listen,
but see,
white
but
conservative men.
This is the issue with pro-blackness. With pro-blackness, you eventually have to hustle the struggle, right? And within it, because I came from the pro-black sector back in 2007 and shit, when the manosphere, when the black manosphere was just being, you know what I'm saying, created or whatever, or emerging or whatever. And the thing is with the pro-blackness, you attempt to preserve the integrity of the family, but what people do in the pro-black sector is they project a unearned integrity upon it, as if that only the trauma and the attack that the black family has endured is the only thing that matters in the whole equation of it, as opposed to any acquiescence or non-activity, a lack of activity on behalf of black people. You know what I'm talking about? The thing is with pro-blackness, it's reactive. Because if white supremacy wasn't acting up, and if it was including black people on the same level as it include everybody else who would purport they can participate of the American dream too, black people won't have no problem with this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all let these devils go around the world, you know what I'm saying, and gangster and whatever the fuck they want to, as long as they gave you a decent piece of the pie. So let's not, you know what I'm saying, get it fucked up. The thing is, with pro-blackness, you have to be that for the sake of black people, in an aspect of for the sake of themselves, not just so that we fit different within the position of playing citizen within the United States. We need to be a people unto ourselves. And the thing is, we've never made that of ourselves. We always try to become more American than whatever it was that we could have made of ourselves. And that's the issue. With pro-blackness, you eventually got to hustle the structure. When it comes to the women, you can't call them into that accountability because they're supposed to be projected into the God status if you are God or whatever. And it's like, well, nah, how about you earn your fucking God right? And understand, all right, you're traveling through human, perhaps maybe a broken human or whatever, but eventually you're going to reach that godhood or whatever motherfuckers going to define this shit.
I actually wanted to talk about the pro-black. I think some pro-black individuals are focused on independence. They're not just trying to be part of the American dream. I'm about black independence. I'm about building for us, building for ourselves. But I also want to address the point that what Nate's talking about like, you know, just wanting to if you're going to talk about white, like black pro-blacks are worried about people liking us, that's not it. It's about understanding that if somebody doesn't like us, the question is, you got to keep your eye on them if they get too close, because they might do something. It's about being aware of your surroundings. And you say that on the right, they don't care
because you would build fences for yourself if that was true.
But hold up. in terms of white conservatives, they are definitely concerned about people liking them, because right now white men are claiming they're under attack. White male conservatives are claiming they're under attack because people are saying mean things about them on the internet. So this narrative that only listen, that's exactly what they're complaining about.
Do you consider yourself to be a pro-black? Do you consider yourself to be pro-black?
Hold on,
absolutely.
Okay,
I want to get hood conservative.
Isn't that exactly the whole situation with Just Pearly Things? Just Pearly Things. Hold on. Let me lay the argument out specifically.
Yes.
Just Pearly Things made some comments, one, that were blown way past context, and two, that even past context, they offended the emotions of a lot of black people. Is that not what's going on right now?
Listen, here's what it is. Pearly said some shit that indicates she has, in my opinion, Pearly said some racist shit. Pearly's a racist. That's my take.
She's a racist? What makes her a racist? What makes her a racist?
My point is not just that she said slavery.
Let's not pass the point.
Okay, hold on.
White people feel under attack because people are saying mean things on the internet.
I'm not saying she's attacking us.
Just like the Pearl situation.
I'm not saying she's attacking us. I'm saying this chick is racist. I'm like, how can you support this chick? Why are you supporting her?
Okay,
what she said.
Or how about maybe?
Okay, hold on. Let me explain what she said.
Maybe
she's talking to a white supremacist.
No. Wait. Again, I got to push back. Or maybe, just maybe, she doesn't care enough about black folks and black history as much as you'd like her to.
Listen. Here's the thing.
Shout out to Hood
so how is that? Listen.
You're mad because that white girl. Hold on. Shout out to Hood Conservative on this one. You're mad because that white girl didn't fight your black fight for you when she was in the conversation with that white supremacist.
She didn't have to fight.
Okay, I got.
He was talking about Jewish people. She offered up. She volunteered to throw black people under the bus. She volunteered.
Exactly. That's what white people do, though. You're surprised. You sound like you're surprised.
I'm not surprised. I'm saying.
So why are you calling her racist instead of white?
Why are so many people still supporting her?
Why are you calling her racist? Why are you calling her racist instead of white?
Black people.
Okay, wait.
Did she do anything outside of what a white person would do?
There are some white people who would.
Nigga, answer the question. Did she do anything outside what a
wouldn't do that?
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Yes.
You full of shit.
You tell me there's white people that wouldn't push back?
You full of shit. You full of shit. And I'm gonna tell you why you full of shit. I'm gonna tell you why you full of shit because you've been talking to the random fucking pilgrim and they've had such a response to where it was something that was inadvertently anti-black, right? And they didn't mean to be, you know what I'm saying, whatever it was, because that's what it means to be white within the United States. You're trying to paint her out as some different kind of fucking pilgrim. And the fact that y'all know she has so-called racist motherfucker that was on her show and expect her not to spin a fucking nigga token when she got all them foreign motherfuckers around her who don't. She ain't racist. She's white.
So
she's white. That's what it means to be white. I'm saying all white people are potentially so-called racists or supremacists because they all want. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why because they all want a white perspective of reality to be received as a general one or or the only one that is taken for fact. That don't mean she hate niggas. That don't mean she want to see motherfuckers hang or all that shit. No man, no, that's what it means to be white. You dumb motherfuckers.
That's racist. Listen,
so she
can be unracist. Attempting to use different words.
Nigga, that's how
your own. Wait a minute, Aaron. By your own definition, how you described yourself, I think that you would fall under. I mean, do you think you're racist? Wait, I didn't mean to mute you. Hold on.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm not anti-white. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying black people should be. I'm pro-black. We should be independent.
No, you described it in a way to where.
No, that was roguish.
No. Okay, no. Charles, people are saying a white woman. Listen, for instance, people are saying a white woman wouldn't employ black people. Are we going to talk about how many black dudes she got fired? And we're not just talking about the Me Too. We also talk about the concierge in a building that that he's talking to one of her guests.
Is she an anomaly?
See, nobody's talking about this. This is what I'm talking about.
I don't.
And then you go back to the fact that she hired black people.
Yo, this is wild.
She hired black people.
A lot about this.
Listen,
wait a minute.
Time out.
Time out. See, this is where it gets weird. I mean, one you're talking about shit I ain't never heard of about her firing a concierge.
It's on the Esther. Esther was a guest on the show.
All right, but bruh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Like I said, I got minimal connection to her. So it's like
she's in the title.
Yeah, she's in the title, but it's like you want me to hold. I'm
not telling you to hold her accountable. I'm saying right now the only people defending her are black.
Okay, all right.
There might be one or two black females.
Time out.
Your mustache.
Time out. Here's the deal. When you say the only people defending her are black people, when she interviewed Nick Fuentes, like I said, the shit happened like a month ago, and it was crickets. It wasn't until Jason Black attacked black people and started a civil war in here, and it was like black reaction to the situation that black people are attacking. I think I can name one person who's just really full cape on defending her. Everybody else is defending either black overreaction or black underreaction.
Three of them.
That's what's really happening. Black people are analyzing each other in a civil war over how they react and respond to shit. I think the people who are generally unbothered and indifferent to aspects of racism are the same ones who are unbothered and indifferent to whatever she said in an interview with Nick Fuentes. I think the people who are overly triggered by racism are overly triggered, but they're not overly triggered at the racism. They're overly triggered at even Pearlie or Nick Fuentes. They're overly triggered at people who are not also overly triggered. Thus, black people are fighting with each other, not defending her or fighting for her, other than maybe one and a possible two people who are actually doing that, who's defending her for their own benefit, content wise, that they think they're going to get. But other than that,
well, you see, that's the thing.
Your depiction of it is slanted.
Because listen, there's plenty of people who aren't talking about it. Cool. I'm not criticizing. I'm saying this, like, for instance, if Jason Black's goal was to tie the black manosphere to Pearl, aren't they playing into his hands by defending her?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's one individual who's definitely playing it into their hands and making us all look bad. Hold on, wait, stop. It's definitely one individual that's playing into their hands and making us all look bad. It's some people who do got some troll energy with it. Like I think, for example, Tommy Sotomayor is just he's fucking with Six the Goddess and D'Amica Marie at this point. He just fucking with him because that's what Tommy doing. He good at it and the shit is entertaining. But there is one that's defending for profit, benefit, and gain. But overall, everybody else is just responding to the bullshit black outrage and trying to reach some clarity in understanding and debunking the bullshit that's being said by blacks against blacks because of this situation between two 25-year-old white people having a conversation about racial stuff. It's like that's what's happening.
This shows that there needs to be a definition of what it means to be black, first and foremost. But let's say that you know what I'm saying, with Pearl, she was talking on black issues with non-black culturally connected people, but defaultedly black-skinned motherfuckers in whatever land, you know what I'm saying, that they're in, however they operate with, you know what I'm saying, dark-skinned folk, whatever. The thing is, we're not talking about blackness as a culture. We're talking about it as primarily some hyper objectivity that she shouldn't be talking about. But it's like, all right, let's take into consideration the context and how she utilized the fucking context of blackness. There was some races, everybody call them racist. All right, Fuentes, whatever. As far as I'm concerned, you're motherfucking Mexican or whatever. I don't know.
But Rogish, to be fair, that's like saying that we can't talk about the Boxer Rebellion.
The context of what she's saying about it.
Oh, it's true.
I mean, come on.
This
the context of what she's saying.
This hypersensitivity to any white people having unapproved black opinion, like you need to have black.
It's not even that. It's the lies. It's the gaslighting.
Even if
the gaslighting.
That's not no fucking
doing it now.
She's not an anomaly, man. The thing is, niggas like you and Jason Black teacher, y'all treat her like she's a fucking anomaly, and this shows that you motherfuckers y'all just a dog out for a fucking bone.
I know she's not an anomaly.
So why you come on this motherfucker defending some stance that cats within the black manosphere is purporting this bitch up as being some type of motherfucking
because who's defending her?
Ain't nobody defending this bitch. You got like 4 motherfuckers in the space, nigga.
You can't make it about me.
We're
and
not
then say,
defending
"Oh,
her.
you keep defending
Yes,
her."
they are.
Okay. Let me ask you this: How deep do you know the space to be, man? How deep do you know the space to be?
The Black Manosphere?
Yeah, nigga, the Black Manosphere.
I know that two of the founders right now, two of the founders of the Black Manosphere are caping for her.
And what do you think their influence is upon the totality of the Black Manosphere? Hold on. Let's give them that.
Time out. That's where the bullshit is. The one
Angry Man, is it?
I got you, Nate. Angry Man is somebody who's been fairly consistently indifferent to all this modern day woke crying about racism and every little thing. I think the way he responded to her saying what she said was consistent with how he always responds to things. He did have his channel was at one point called The Street Conservative. So his response to that is not a cape for her. It's a consistent response because he don't get triggered by racism. He has a view that black people need to get over that, build shit, and get their money.
I want to point out. Listen, I'm not saying it's not consistent. Here's what I want to point out: this belief that conservative means I don't care about race, or I'm going to ignore.
No. I'm not with you.
There's a lot of people that have this. Nate has been leaning.
That doesn't exist on this panel.
Nate has been leaning under that.
I understand. Hold on. I got you. I got you, Nate. But there are some people who claim conservative who say that I don't see color. I think that's some bullshit. You do see race. You do understand what you do see it. So I don't think nobody holds that position here on this panel. So, but so you said the two of the founding members of the Manosphere got a cape on for. I think one of them is not caping. He's being consistent with what he's always been. The other one is I'm not even gonna speak on that. Not even going to speak on it, but this individual has been known to
yes.
There's that. So go ahead, little big Nate.
Yeah, I'm
like when
This is the problem. I have no interest in defending just pearly things. I don't like people lying about what somebody said, then ginning up a bunch of retarded emotionalism among black people. I would like to protect black people for the 100 billionth time. You know, we saw the summer of love from these Luciferian leftists, $10 billion in damage to the country. Dozens of black children were murdered during those riots and the demoralization of the police standing down. Almost 24 black children were murdered during the summer of 2020. And the only person did like consistent reporting on it was Sean Hannity. So no, I'm not defending me personally. I'm not defending just pearly things. I'm trying to defend black people from getting caught up in another stupid spiral of racial emotionalism and foolishness that I expect black women to do this dumb shit, but it makes black men look completely pathetic. And like I said, when I first came up here, the black men that are like-minded with me, we don't particularly give a shit about this. The black men who are so perturbed and worked up about it, all it does is demonstrate how important this white woman's opinion is to you. We don't worship these white people. They do. The leftists, the pro-blacks. This is going to be most white people's opinion. I'm sorry, they're entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make them racist. Like I said, you need to come. You need to come.
You say they can't have racist opinions?
You need to come to the marketplace of ideas.
What does it matter if they got racist opinion? You ain't finna change their opinion, nigga.
I'm not trying to change their opinions. I'm trying to acknowledge their opinions, and we move differently.
Wait.
Because he's talking about, I roll with rednecks.
Wait. Let me just say this.
All right, RM. All right, bring up the whatever super chats remaining because it's getting to that point. We went an hour into overtime. We went an hour into overtime, way too long. But so shout out to everybody who's supporting the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. As promised, all super chats will be read. Arch Prophet Music says Aaron looks exactly like the guy in the thumbnail. Oh no, he don't. No, you're not gonna do him like that. But since you brought that up, just for the sake of okay, we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna do it like this. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna put Aaron right there, I'm going to bring up the thumbnail guy, and I'll just let people decide. Don't move, Aaron. Don't turn your camera off. Okay. No, he don't look like him. He do not look like him. Oh wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Panoramic.
I don't know what that forehead, man.
Wait a
shade
minute.
too darker, cuz. You know what I'm saying?
They forehead. You can like go over the horizon.
Bullet. Ha!
Yeah.
He's got what do they call those? The sky in the ceilings. He don't have the full panoramic movement.
On the scene with his ceiling missing. All right. All right. We're not gonna do that.
Skylight. That's what it is.
Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm.
And in closing, the guy that started all this mess, he's got plenty of time on his hands. He hasn't had a documentary produced in 6 years. Where's his black wife and where's his black male hair?
Photo, nigga.
These niggas pop all this shit about.
All right. Let me get to my super chats. Otis in the building says, "Buddy disingenuous about the domestic discipline. He said the key thing to it was the woman was to agree to it. Wasn't nothing close to domestic violence." On to the next one. The Mac Trucker in the building. He says, "Bernard, you have to send this to Patreon. The divestors and sisterhood will use this video as a case study." No, I might leave it up. I might need to edit Dirty Folks some of Dirty Folks commentary.
Hey, man, I got something else to say. They
need to edit that out.
The words of Dirty Folks is only Dirty Folks, but they love it though. Let me tell you something. A girl says
you said stumping. You said no. Okay, no.
Dirty Folks. Are you from Chicago, by the way? Are you from the Midwest anyway?
Look, if a girl tell me she want to get choked because if you open up the rules of engagement, you can't tell me when to use. So I'm here for you. You started this, mommy. I'm here for you.
Okay, all right. In the game, cuz.
All right. Toya in the building. She says, "Cash for course correction." See, she like course correction. You see that? Dirty. Toya like course correction. She with you. Car designer Chris in the building. Dropped $10 on it for the success support. Hoop Jargon in the building. He says, "Dope. You got Sedale threat on today." Oh, yeah, good one. They don't know nothing about that one. Shout out to the Lakers. Post Showtime Lakers in between Kobe Shaq Lakers. They don't know nothing about that. But Freeman's Journal in the building says, trying to convince JB Coates of anything, Jason Black Coates of anything is like going to the zoo to give chimps an IQ test. They are just going to rip your arms off the court like male media. On to the next one. All right. Is that the last one? When we're gonna click off of? Okay, good. That was the last one. Thank you to everybody who supported the stream. Thank you everybody who participated in this thing in any way, shape, or form. Don't forget the night show schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Do not forget that one. And what else we got in here? I think that is it. No cash apps today, no cash app contributions today, but thank you everybody who supported the stream via super chat. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Very goddamn. Who the hell did that?
All right.
Wow.
That's a horrible. Mute up, and just
black belts right there.
Just one more time. Just pulling up on the scene with my ceiling missing. All right, we got to just do that one more time. All right, yeah. No, they don't look alike. They don't look alike. All right, now we getting up out of here. Peace, everybody. With that said, we out of here. Peace. We go. What the fuck?